Welcome to Simplilearn's SEO Full Course. In today's digital world, SEO, which is search engine optimization, is essential for businesses to stand out online and attract more visitors. But what exactly is SEO? It's the process of improving a website's ranking on search engines like Google, so it appears on the top when people search for information, products, or even services. Higher ranking means more traffic and better business growth. By 2025, the demand for SEO professionals will be higher than ever. As companies focus on building their online presence, the entry-level SEO experts in India earn around 3 lakhs to 6 lakh per annum, while experienced professionals make up to 15 lakh to 25 lakhs per annum. And in this course, you will learn how to choose the right keywords, optimize website creation, and apply advanced SEO strategies to rank higher than competitors. We'll also cover top SEO tools and performance tracking to help you master this in-demand skill. But before we comment, if you're interested to start a career in digital marketing, check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing in partnership with Purdue University. This course provides a robust and industry-relevant curriculum to help you become a certified digital marketing expert. The program covers essential digital marketing components like website creation, SEO, SEM, social media marketing, mobile marketing, and many more. You'll also gain hands-on experience through live interactive learning, student digital marketing simulation, case studies, and capstone project. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Ever wondered how websites appear at the top of the search results when you type a query into Google? Well, that's the magic of SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's the process of fine-tuning your website to rank higher in organic, that is unpaid, search results. In simple terms, SEO is all about making your websites more visible to people who are searching for the things online. When someone types a question or a topic into search engine like Google, SEO helps your website appear higher up in the list of search results. This means more people are likely to click on your website, just like how you are more likely to visit the shops on the main street than those tucked away in an alley. Study shows that organic search drives are whooping 53% of all website traffic. In fact, a recent survey by Moz revealed that 61% of marketers consider SEO to be the most effective digital marketing strategy. So in this video, we will cover what is SEO, types of SEO, how does SEO work, things to keep in mind while doing SEO. Alright, so let's start with the first topic, which is what is SEO. Imagine you have a fantastic store, but it's hidden down a dark alley. SEO is like putting up bright lights and clear signs so people can easily find you online. That's what SEO stands for, that is Search Engine Optimization. It's about making your website more visible in search engines like Google. When people search for something, search engines use complex algorithms to rank websites. SEO helps your website tick the right boxes for these algorithms. Good SEO means your website appears higher in search results, which can lead to more visitors and potential customers. It's like putting up the big sign outside your shop so more people know you are there. When your website ranks higher in search results, it's like having a prime real estate in the digital world. Study shows that most people don't click past the first page of search results, so being at the top can make a big difference in how much traffic your site gets. SEO isn't just about getting more visitors though. It's also about attracting the right kind of visitors, people who are interested in what you offer and are more likely to become customers or engage with your content. By understanding what people are searching for and optimizing your website to match those queries, you can connect with your target audience more effectively. So this was about SEO. Now let's understand about the 3 types of SEO. Alright, there are 3 main types of SEO you need to know about. First one is technical optimization. So this is like the backstage work of SEO. It involves doing things on your websites that improve its performance in search engines, but people don't see them. For example, submitting your website sitemap to Google helps search engines understand and index your site better. The next one is on-page optimization. This is about making sure that your content on your website is top-notch and relevant to what people are searching for. You do this by using the right keywords in your content and providing a great user experience. It's like making sure your website is likable and helpful to visitors. The next is off-page optimization. So this type of SEO happens outside of your website. It's all about building your website's reputation and authority on the internet. One big way to do this is by getting other reputable websites to link to yours. These links, called backlinks, tell search engines that your website is trustworthy and valuable. By understanding and working on these three types of SEO, you can boost your website's visibility and attract more visitors, helping your business thrive online. So this was about the types of SEO. Now let's understand how does SEO work. So basically, there are some steps to how does SEO works. First, search engine crawling. Search engines like Google use automated programs called crawlers or spiders to browse the web. So these crawlers follow links from one web page to another, collecting information about each page they visit. They gather data on the content structure and other elements of the web pages, which is then stored in the search engine's database. Now, next one is search engine indexing. Once the crawlers collect information about web pages, the data is organized and stored in a massive database called an index. The indexing process involves analyzing the content keywords, meta tags, and other factors to understand what each web page is about. This indexed information allows search engines to quickly retrieve relevant results when someone performs a search query. Alright, now the third one, which is search engine ranking. When a user enters a search query, the search engine's algorithms shift through the index pages to determine which ones are most relevant to the query. The algorithm considers various factors like keyword, relevance, content quality, website authority, user experience, and more to rank the pages. The pages that best matches the search query and meet the algorithm's criteria appear higher in the search engine results pages. Websites with strong SEO practices, including optimized content quality, backlinks, and user-friendly design, are more likely to rank higher in search results. So in summary, SEO, that is search engine optimization, boosts a website's visibility online. We discussed three types. On-page focuses on content, off-page builds site authority, and technical ensures smooth site operation. SEO involves understanding how search engines find, organize, and rank websites. To succeed, maintain quality content, use relevant keywords, and earn trustworthy backlinks. Regularly track performance to refine strategies. Remember, SEO is an ongoing effort requiring adaptation to industry changes for sustained online success.
Basically, Google follows three basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website, they need to take what they crawl back to their servers, and when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from number 1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked number 1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number one. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google search engines in India and United States, google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites.
If you are looking to boost your website's traffic or dominate search engine rankings, then today's video is just for you. We are diving deep into keyword research, a crucial part of any successful SEO strategy. By the end of this tutorial, you'll know exactly how to find the right keywords to help your content reach its full potential. So let's get started. To kick off things first, let's understand what keyword research is. Now, keyword research is all about discovering the exact phrases and terms your potential audience is typing into search engines. Now, by identifying these keywords, you can create content that directly addresses what people want to know, buy, or learn about. This not only drives more visitors to your site, but also helps you connect with those who are most likely to engage with your content. In essence, keyword research is the backbone of a strong SEO strategy, guiding you in crafting content that resonates with your audience. Now that we know what keyword research is, let's dive into why it's so important. Picture this: you're hosting a party. Would you invite random people who might not even be interested? Or would you carefully choose guests who are excited to attend? So keyword research helps you do the latter by attracting the right guests to your website. When you know the exact keywords your audience is searching for, you can tailor your content to meet their needs.
This increases your chances of not only driving more traffic, but also engaging visitors who are genuinely interested in what you have to offer. The better you understand your audience search behavior, the more effective your content will be. Remember, it's not just about quantity. Getting the right kind of traffic is key to conversions and overall success. Moving on, let's talk about the different types of keywords you'll encounter in your research. This is important because not all keywords are created equal, and understanding the distinctions can greatly impact your strategy. So, short tail keywords are broad and usually consist of one or two words like SEO or marketing. Now, these keywords have high search volumes, which means lots of people are searching for them. However, they're also highly competitive, making it tough to rank for them unless you have a very authoritative website. Next comes long tail keywords. Now, long tail keywords, on the other hand, are more specific phrases like how to do keyword research for SEO. Now, while they have lower search volumes, they tend to be less competitive and more targeted, attracting visitors who are further along in their buyer's journey. For instance, someone searches for best budget laptops for students is likely closer to make a purchase than someone just searching for laptops. Now, next type of keyword is LSI, which is latent semantic indexing keywords. Now, these are related terms that search engines consider relevant to your main keyword. Now, for example, if your main keyword is digital marketing, then LSI keywords could be online marketing, SEO strategies, or social media advertising. Now, even in this example, if you have given best leather shoes, the LSIs would be official and casual wear, best footwear brand, original leather shoes, etc. So, using LSI keywords helps you create more contextually relevant content with search engines' favor. Now, by balancing these types of keywords, you can create content that appeals to both broad and niche audiences, giving your website a better chance to rank well across different searches. So, alright, now that we have covered the types of keywords, let's explore some of the tools that can help you find them. So, keyword research tools are like treasure maps. They guide you to the keywords that can drive the most traffic to your website. Number one is Google Keyword Planner. So, Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic starting point, especially for beginners. It's free and provides a wealth of information, including search volumes and competition levels for various keywords. You can also discover new keyword ideas based on what people are already searching for. Next is Ahrefs. Ahrefs is a more advanced paid tool that offers in-depth analysis. It doesn't just give you keyword data, it also provides insights into how difficult it is to rank for a particular keyword, as well as click-through rates, CTR, and related keyword ideas. So, Ahrefs is particularly useful for competitor analysis, helping you see which keywords for your competitors are ranking for and identifying gaps in their content that you can exploit. Now, next comes SEMrush. Now, SEMrush is another powerful tool that goes beyond keyword research. It offers comprehensive data on keywords, including trends over time, and allows you to conduct competitive analysis, track keyword performance, and more. SEMrush is a go-to for many SEO professionals because of its all-in-one capabilities. So these tools simplify the process of keyword research, allowing you to focus on creating content that will resonate with your audience and perform well in search engine results. So with so many tools at your disposal, the next step is figuring out how to actually find the best keywords for your content. So here's a step-by-step approach. Number one, start with a brainstorming session. So you can list down potential keywords related to your topic. Think about what your audience might search for and consider different variations of those phrases. So use the keyword research tools we just discussed to analyze these keywords. Pay close attention to search volume, competition, and user intent. The goal is to find keywords that have a good search volume but aren't too competitive. And next, consider user intent. This is crucial. Ask yourself, what is the searcher hoping to find? If someone is searching for best travel laptops in 2024, they are probably looking for product reviews or recommendations. Tailor your content to meet that specific intent, and you'll have a much better chance of converting those visitors into customers. So by following these steps, you can pinpoint the keywords that will not only drive traffic, but also ensure that the traffic is relevant and likely to convert. Now, one of the most effective ways to find high-quality keywords is by analyzing your competitors. This might sound like a spy mission, but it's completely above board and incredibly valuable. So tools like SEMrush allow you to see which keywords your competitors are ranking for. So this gives you insight into what's working for them, and more importantly, it highlights gaps in their strategy that you can exploit. For instance, if you notice that a competitor is ranking well for a keyword like affordable SEO tools, but their content is outdated or lacking in detail, you can create a more comprehensive and up-to-date piece to outrank them. So by leveraging competitor insights, you can stay ahead in the SEO game, ensuring that your content is always relevant and competitive. Now, finding the right keywords is only half the battle. The next challenge is using them effectively in your content. So here's how you can do that. Number one, place your primary keywords in strategic locations such as title, meta description, headers, and throughout the content. This signals to search engines that your content is about, helping you rank for that keyword. Number two, avoid keyword stuffing. This old school tactic doesn't work anymore and can actually hurt your rankings. Instead, focus on naturally integrating keywords and using variations. For example, if your primary keyword is digital marketing strategy, you could also use online marketing strategy or effective digital marketing tactics to make your content more readable and engaging. Now, the third one is using LSI keywords to add depth and context to your content. This not only improves readability, but also helps search engines understand the broader topic of your content, which can positively impact your rankings. Remember, the goal is to create content that's both optimized for search engines and enjoyable for your readers. Lastly, keyword research is not a set it and forget it process. It requires regular monitoring and adjustment. SEO is a constantly evolving field, and what works today might not work tomorrow. So make it a habit to regularly check how your keywords are performing. Use tools like Google Analytics to track your rankings and see which keywords are driving the most traffic. If you notice that certain keywords are underperforming, consider tweaking your content or trying out new keywords. So by staying on top of your keyword strategy, you can ensure that your content continues to perform well and adapt to changes in search trends. And there you have it, a comprehensive guide to keyword research. I hope you found this tutorial helpful and that you are now ready to start finding the best keywords for your content. Remember, keyword research is all about understanding your audience and creating content that meets their needs. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell so you never miss an update.
Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track. Well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say, you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I can see a list of tags. So In our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I can see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common use variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, They're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just gonna select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger again is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here. Okay, and that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager, and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and going to paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from admin, property settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it. You have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag. You have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you could set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I can see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I can see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay. So that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
We're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam, and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank number 1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice, that's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank number 1 on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank number 1 on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much on average people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of for kids is highly relevant, has high volume, and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those 3 areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number one on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea beyond keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume therefore is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank number one on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank number one on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank number one on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number 1 on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 157, 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number 1 on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal, figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content, like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick 2 keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics, and those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging, and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement, for example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number one on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related, and we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io, and that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below, and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. Now that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, Here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing, and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media, you can re-engage them as a post, you could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click-worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text. So that way, if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes. And more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it, we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content. It's got images. It's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos. It includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank number 1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank number 1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, we're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California fig banana bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. So if we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California fig banana bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content. Please index this content. And that doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google's going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, and a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going, and we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I could see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML sitemap. So if I just type in XML sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML sitemaps generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all those URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user's engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog. I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number 1 for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos. We're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally, your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. and you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. And then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful because, one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher because Google's going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay. Again, you can improve your online authority. Okay. Because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you in turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in. And it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out, and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then, of course, you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form. or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one, on page and off page. And so off page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just one or two keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. It's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay. It's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on 1 or 2 keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a 2-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email's targeted. And if it's targeted, it could be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click. It's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about emails. You can break up the email into two groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away. Okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility. Meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. And a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are because, again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then, of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium, or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment. And you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition. So there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay? So we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic.
Imagine giving your website a boost with the power of AI, helping it climb higher in search results and attract more visitors. Exciting, right? That's exactly what an SEO audit does. It's like a health check for your site where AI tools can quickly find the little things that might be showing you down, from page speed to broken links, and suggest smart ways to fix them. By using AI to optimize your site, you not only improve how it looks to search engines like Google, but also give users a smooth,
faster experience. It's a simple but powerful way to get more eyes on your content, stay ahead of the competition, and make sure your site is always in the tip-top shape. Regular SEO audits powered by AI are your secret weapon to keep growing and succeeding online. Now you must be wondering what an SEO audit is. Is it necessary? How to even perform it? No worries. In this video, I will let you know everything you need to know about SEO audit and how to perform it as a complete beginner. Without making any delay, let's understand what is an SEO. SEO or search engine optimization is the process of making a website easier to find on search engines. It involves using the right keywords, creating helpful content, and ensuring the site loads quickly and works well on mobile devices. SEO also includes improving individual pages and building links from other sites. The goal is to help the website rank higher in search results so more people can discover it. After we have a basic understanding of what SEO actually is, let us know what is an SEO audit. An SEO audit is a detailed check of a website to see how well it can be found on search engines. It looks at factors like how fast the site loads, if it works well on mobile devices, and if the content uses the right keywords or not. AI tool plays a crucial role in the process by analyzing data more efficiently, identifying keyword trends, and accessing user behavior to provide insights. The audit also checks how other website links to it and whether the content is useful for visitors. It examines how easy it is for users to navigate the site and compares it to the competitors. After the audit, you receive a report with suggestions, often enhanced by AI recommendations on how to improve the site's SEO, helping it rank higher in the search results and attract more visitors. So, by now, you must be wondering why it is important to conduct an SEO audit. So here's why. Conducting an SEO audit is crucial for improving a website's search engine rankings and overall performance. It helps identify technical issues such as broken links or poor site structure that can hinder search engine crawling and indexing. Additionally, an audit enhances user experience by ensuring the site is mobile-friendly, fast, easy to navigate, which reduces bounce rates and increases conversions. It also ensures content remains relevant and optimized for target keywords, driving organic traffic without the need for paid ads. Regular SEO audits help websites stay updated with algorithm changes and provide insights into how to outperform competitors. Now, the most important part, I will let you know the 2 AI tools to conduct a basic SEO audit for complete beginners. So let's get into the video. So the first SEO audit website I would be talking about today is AIO SEO, that is all-in-one SEO. It is very easy and beginner friendly. What you need to do is you have to paste your website URL over here in the search box and then you have to click on analyze. So let's get started. I am using today the Shopify's website to get you an SEO audit. So I will just show you. Analyze. It may take a few minutes as it is scanning, and see it has provided with a free SEO report over here. So it will first start with the overall site score, that is how your website is doing overall. It is 82 by 100 is like good. Obviously it's excellent. It has commented also, and a very good score is between 60 to 80. For best results, you should strive for 70 and above. So 82, it is already good. It has now further broken down in the audit into 5 critical issues, 0 recommendations, and good results. The best part is it also shows you the good results and even the critical issues. So basically, it has divided the report into 1, 2, 3, 4 types, like the basic SEO properties, advanced SEO, performance, and security. So first, get into the first, basic SEO. So it is good. It is good. Like the correct symbols are for those that are working well on your website, and the cross red mark is basically you need to fix this issue. So some images on the page have no alt attribute. So like there are 51 links. You can even see the URLs over here. And This is working good. Moving on to the next, advanced SEO. The page is using the canonical link tag. All this is fine. You don't have to fix over the advanced SEO part. Performance. The server is not using expires headers for the images, and you can click over here and see basically what is the problem. The page makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can result in slow page loading. The performance would be less because it makes 43 requests. More than 20 requests can actually hamper the page loading. So it is necessary. You need to focus on this. And the size of the HTML document is 73 KB. You need to also focus over here. So this is over our recommendation of 50 KB. So they will provide you the recommendations too. And basically, this is nice, I would say. Moving on to the security part, everything looks nice. Directly listing seems to be disabled on the server. That is nice. And see, it is very beginner friendly. And the best part is you can even download the report from here. Like, you can click on download and get the whole report into your own device, and you can see and make the free changes. So it is very beginner friendly, and I would suggest that use it and have a for all the beginners, I would say use it, and it would help you to get a free SEO report. The next website I would be talking about is rankmath.com. It is also an SEO analyzer, and this is nothing different. You will just need to paste your website URL over here and then click on analyze. And after that, you will get the free report. Your free SEO audit report is ready. So it is giving you the overall website score. It is 82. It is nice. We have seen it. And there are 0 warnings and 3 failed tests. So let's see, move on. Common keywords, SEO description. So it has given a right symbol that the meta description was found, and it is 145 characters long. So it has no problem. You don't have to fix anything. And yeah, coming to the image alt attributes, as we have seen in the previous website, SEO Audit, that some images on your homepage have no alt attributes. So yeah, you will need to say this. And the best part over here is, you will be getting some recommendations on how to fix it. So if you click on it, basically it will give you some suggestions that check your images for missing alt tags and add useful descriptions to each image. Add your keywords or synonyms, but do it in a natural way. So you basically need to check your images, that you are giving it the alt tags and using the descriptions for each image, that what that image is about, and you have to give the keywords or synonyms of that to make it a better one. So this all looks good. Links, ratio, SEO title. Coming to the next, advanced SEO. Search preview is good. Nothing, no problem is there. And scrolling down, you will see that it all works good. Performance is also good, but yeah, we can see one cross symbol. Your homepage makes 42 requests. More than 20 requests can result in a slow page loading. We have found this in the previous audit also. So it will give you how to fix. Try to replace embedded objects with HTML5 alternatives. This HTML new version has some alternatives, and you need to replace the embedded objects of that. Page size, the size of the HTML document is 71 KB over the average of 33 KB, and our recommendation is of 50 KB. You need to, their recommendation is, they're recommending you need to do it on 50 KB and you are having 71 KB. Then let's see how to fix it. First, remove any unnecessary tags from your markup. Okay, from that HTML, you need to remove the unnecessary tags. This includes developer comments, which are invisible to your users, search engines, and ignore the text in comments too. Sometimes inline CSS is a culprit. Okay, a little inline CSS can help your page render faster. Too much will bloat the HTML. Obviously, they prefer outline CSS, and inline CSS is not preferred. You can reduce the CSS repetition with HTML class and ID attributes. That is fine. Everything you need to change on the HTML CSS, that is coding part, and everything else looks fine. You can even share an email and print this SEO audit. And I will say this is 3 million plus happy users. So it is basically a very good website for a free SEO audit, and is very beginner friendly. And I will recommend to use this. So both the free AI tool will help you get a free SEO audit and make sure you fix your website issues and make your website rank higher.
Imagine a small online boutique with a great product line and a beautifully designed website. Despite all the effort put into the business, it's barely getting any traffic and sales are stagnant. The owner is frustrated and wondering why potential customers aren't finding their store. That's when they turn to Google Ads. By setting up targeted campaigns, they start reaching customers who are actively searching for products just like theirs. In a matter of weeks, the business sees a noticeable increase in website traffic and sales, all thanks to the power of Google Ads. Google Ads has become an essential tool for businesses looking to connect with the right audience at the right time. A Google Ads campaign helps businesses reach potential customers online by displaying targeted ads across Google's vast network, including search results, YouTube, and partner websites. Advertisers set a budget, choose a campaign objective, and create ads that are shown to specific audiences based on keywords, demographics, and interests. The campaign operates on a pay-per-click model, meaning you only pay when someone clicks on your ad, making it an effective way to attract interested customers and achieve your marketing goals. So in this video, we are going to walk you through everything you need to know to get started with Google Ads. We'll cover how to create a campaign from scratch, set your budget, and choose the right bidding strategy. We'll also dive into targeting options to ensure your ads reach the right audience. And we'll show you how to craft compelling ads that drive results. By the end of this video, you'll have the knowledge and confidence to launch your own successful Google Ads campaign. So let's get started. So to kick off our Google Ads campaign, we'll start by creating a new campaign. So once you're logged into your Google Ads account, begin by clicking the blue plus new campaign button. So here you're presented with a list of campaign objectives. Now, choosing the right objective is crucial because it guides Google Ads on how to optimize your campaign. So let's see one by one. The first objective is sales. So this is perfect for businesses looking to drive direct conversions, whether it's online purchases, phone orders, or in-person sales. So for instance, if you run an e-commerce store, this objective will help you target users who are ready to buy. So Google will prioritize showing your ads to people most likely to complete a transaction based on their behavior and intent. So this makes it ideal for businesses focused on generating immediate revenue. So you can use this when your primary goal is to turn clicks into sales, making it perfect for businesses with clear purchase paths like online stores or service providers. Now next we have the leads objective. So this is designed for businesses that want to gather contact information from potential customers, such as through form submissions, phone calls, or signups. So for example, imagine you are a real estate agent aiming to build a list of potential home buyers. So by selecting the leads objective, Google Ads will optimize your campaign to reach users likely to fill out your contact form or call your office. Now next is website traffic. Now this is the objective you'll want to choose if your main goal is to drive more visitors to your website. So this is particularly useful for increasing brand awareness or getting people to explore your products and services online. Like for instance, if you're a blogger or a content creator, so this objective will help you attract visitors to your site to engage with your articles, videos, or any other content that you put up. So now next comes app promotion. So this is when you have created an app, like for example, an online gaming app or anything, and you want more installs or downloads. Now next you have awareness and consideration. So it is designed for businesses that want to engage users and encourage them to think about their products or services. So this is especially effective in introducing something new to the market. And then you have local shop visits and promotions. And then you can also create a campaign without a goals guidance. Okay. So here we are planning to give an example for lead generation, like how to generate lead for a free online course provider. So let's select leads and continue. Now, as we have selected an objective which is generating leads, the next step is to choose your campaign type. So there are several campaign types, like Google Ads offers several types, but the two most common are search and display ads. So anyways, let's start with the search ads. So these are the text-based ads that appear at the top of the Google search results when someone searches for keywords related to your business. Like for example, let's just see car rentals near me. So your ad could appear like this, like as you can see the sponsored ads.
So your ads could appear at the top of the search results. So this is highly effective for capturing high intent users. So people who are actively looking for what you offer. Now next we have display ads. So these are visually engaging ads that appear across the Google display network, like which includes websites, like the ads, basically the ads you see in others' websites, apps, or even YouTube. So now display ads are perfect for building awareness and keeping your brand top of mind. So they work well for retargeting, like showing you ads to people who have previously visited your website but didn't take any action. Now the next one is shopping ads. Now shopping ads are a powerful tool for e-commerce websites. So these ads showcase your products directly in the search results, complete with images, prices, and your story. Like for example, if we search leather jackets, just a second. Leather jacket, yeah. So your shopping ad could appear displaying a product image, price, and a link to purchase directly from your website, as you can see here. So this makes it easy for potential customers to see what you're offering and click through to buy. So shopping ads are ideal if you're looking to drive sales of physical products, providing a visual, direct path to purchase. Then we have video ads, which is another impactful way to reach your audience, especially on platform. Video ads, you can create engaging content that appear before, during, or other videos on YouTube. So this basically the videos, like the ad videos that you see, like while watching your YouTube video. And then we have performance max campaign. So this type uses Google's machine learning to optimize your ads across all Google properties, like including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, etc. So performance max campaigns are perfect when you want to maximize your results without managing multiple campaign types separately. So Google's algorithms will automatically find the best combination of ad formats and placements to meet your objectives. So right now we'll select the search campaign type. And we'll be giving lead form submissions. And let's press continue. And let's just keep like lead search. So now that we have selected our campaign type, the next step is to set your budget and bidding strategy. So this is crucial as it determines how much you're willing to spend and how Google Ads will manage your bids. So now for bidding, since our objective in this demo is to generate leads, we'll choose conversions. So this strategy lets Google automatically set your bids to get the most conversions within your budget. So now you can set a target cost per action. So this budget is the amount you're comfortable spending per action. So like you can just give 0.3 rupees, per action. And let's press next. Now next, let's define our targeting options. So this step is about deciding who will see your ads, where they will see them, and when. So you can target users by location. As you can see, all countries and territories, India, or any other location, you have options. So for example, if your store is in Delhi, you might want to target only people within a 50-mile radius. Now, additionally, you can also refine your audience based on demographics such as age, gender, and household income. So this ensures your ads reach the most relevant customers. And you can also select the languages that your, customers speak. Like you can give English, you can give Hindi. So you can select multiple languages that your target audiences speak. And also you can, select the audience segments, like what your audience might be doing. So like, for example, we are actually, giving this example for lead generation for a free online course provider. So what we do is we can actually, like, our audience will be students, right? So we can give students. Yeah, you can give current university students. And this is also for working professionals. So you can give working education jobs, IT and technical. So you can select who your target audience are. So effective targeting is crucial for maximizing your ad spend. So take the time to consider who your ideal customers are. Now let's go to next. So now next is selecting keywords. So for search ads, keywords are the backbone of your campaign. So these are the words or phrases users type into Google when looking for products or services like yours. So choose keywords that are closely related to your business. So for example, we are actually looking for lead generation for this particular website, which is Simplilearn skill website that provides free online courses. So first you have to give the final URL and then you have to enter your keywords. You can also, type in the products or services like you advertise, like the course name and everything, and you can enter the keywords. Now you can take the help of Google's keyword planner for keyword ideas and see how often they are searched. So let's just go to keyword planner, discover new keywords. So now here you have to enter the products or services closely related to your business. So here I'll just type free online course, digital marketing. So you can give so many keywords, okay? And let's get results. So now these are the keywords that are suggested by the keyword planner. So what you can do is you can just select the keywords. Like you can select so many multiple keywords. You can copy it. You can paste it here. So this is a demo. That's why I've just taken, 3 to 4 keywords. But in fact, you have to use more keywords. So now you have selected your keywords. Now it's time to create your ad. So your ad copy includes the headline, description, and display URL. So this is what users will see in the search results or across the display network. So basically in your ad. So making it engaging and relevant. So first you can give the URL of your website. So in the headline, you can grab the attention by highlighting your key offerings and including one of your main keywords. Like for example, you can give master digital marketing. And you can give, like you have to fill at least 3 headlines. So you can give free digital course, or you can give best digital. And you can even fill more headlines. Now you can use the description. So this is the description part. So you can use the description to expand on your offer. So like you can highlight unique selling points of yours, like expert instructors. For example, you can give expert instructors, or flexible learning, or like enroll today to boost your career, etc. So once you have done this, let's go to next. Now this shows your budget. So as you can see, we had given like 0.244 cost per conversion. So your weekly cost will be 58,100 rupees. So here you can see the budget. Now the final step is, before we launch, it's important to review all the details. Now Google Ads will show you a summary of your campaign settings, including your budget, targeting, keywords, and ad copy. So you can double check. So next is the review. So here you can double check everything to ensure it aligns with your objective. So this will take some time. So select, once you're satisfied, you can publish your campaign. So your ads will start running shortly and you can monitor the performance in real time through dashboard.
On-page optimization, as the name suggests, is the practice of optimizing web pages to rank higher and get relevant traffic from the search engine. On-page optimization includes both content and HTML source code optimization. Search engine optimization can be very complex. So when you're trying to understand it for the first time, I find it very easy just to break it up into general concepts that you might already have an understanding of. When you look at the hundreds of signals that go into SEO, they can be broken up into either relevancy or, because sometimes it's both, popularity. So relevancy and popularity. Out of all these signals, they fit into one of these two things. We're going to break all the signals we have into these two areas. In this section, we're going to talk about the on-page factors. That's because these are the factors that you have direct impact upon. And you can make a small tweak and have a big impact with organic traffic with your on-page relevancy factors. The primary on-page relevancy factors that I'll cover in this lesson are title tags and meta descriptions, header tags, which are used for headlines and subheadings, website URLs and URL structure, image alt text, internal links, keyword usage, and sitemaps. Let's start with one of my favorites, and that is the title tag. This is also called a page title. The page title is not shown on the page. Now rather, it is displayed on the browser tab. And this is what makes it highly important, is that in addition to being displayed on the browser tab, it is also the title tag or the page title that is shown on the text in the Google search results as the link to the page. The page title influences both the click-through rates and people's first impressions of our website. Next up, we have the meta description. Now, the meta description can be a bit confusing. The meta description is in the code, and it does not influence rankings, but it does influence clicks. People will see your snippet or your page information in the search engine results. That gray text is the meta description. If you don't have a meta description, then it may pull information from the page. You can affect this and improve the chances of your meta description appearing if you write a short descriptive phrase of the content or the purpose of the page. And just because we edit these elements does not guarantee that they will show up. I often say that we affect the change, but we cannot control it. This is because the search engine may override your changes and show different content in these areas. Sometimes it may help and it might be a better description, but many times it's not. Now let's go to the next element, the header tags. These are also referred to as the heading and subheading. And this is how HTML was built when the web was first created. It enables a logical hierarchy of content. So starting with the headline, then displaying a subheading, and then subheadings after that. The idea here is that you're establishing a hierarchy of information. So you start with the H1. Like a newspaper, there's only one main headline per page. It describes the main purpose of the page. Then, a subheading, the H2. This is how you break the subcontent into subcategories. Obviously, you'll want to use a keyword in there as well. You see, by describing the purpose of the page in the headline, and then again in a subheading, you're naturally going to use your primary and secondary keywords because you're going to associate them with the product or the purpose and the benefit. The key is to keep it short. You see, after the headline are the subcategories, the H2s, and then your H3 is typically used as a paragraph heading. Now, putting the keyword in these headings alone does not make your page optimized. Remember, the purpose is to provide a quick reference for people to find the content they need within seconds. So short, explanatory heading and subheadings, paragraph headings are very effective. And naturally, you'll be using keywords to help people locate the information that is most important to them. Now, if we go back to the search engine results page, the SERP, there is another element in that listing. The page title is the large blue text. The meta description is the gray text. Now, the green text is the URL of the page that is listed. This is the address of the page. Just like the address for your home, the internet knows that the URL is the address for that page. This is extremely important for SEO for a variety of reasons. The most important, though, is your keyword usage. I like to make sure that I have at least one relevant word in the URL. Now, also, here, keep it short. One of the worst things you can do is have a URL full of keywords, or even worse, hyphenate them all. Remember, people use these URLs. They provide context for the page. People also copy and paste URLs into mobile messages, emails, and social links. So it is extremely important to keep these short, succinct, and I like to say readable. Now, I've just briefly touched about the importance of the URL. And now let's look at the URL structure. First, let's start with the primary core of the URL, the domain name. In the example with the URL I have here, example.com, that's the domain name. So this is the first thing that people see with your online business. Now, beyond the internet, this is going to be what's in all of your ads, emails, brochures, business cards, and online, your social profiles, all of your marketing efforts are going to drive people to this domain. There's a lot of advice about buying or using domains that have your keywords in them. And unfortunately, domains have been being sold for decades, so there's less chance of finding a domain with the keywords you want. Now, the search engines don't make the keyword used in the domain a primary ranking signal, so that's good. However, the domain is your business. It needs to be memorable. If you have a I call it a spammy looking domain name, with multiple words and hyphens, or one that's hard to spell or confusing, people are going to make an initial impression off of that. So make sure you have something that's going to make a great first impression. Here's the rule for a domain name. Something that's easy to spell and easy to pronounce. Ideally, sure, it's something you can type and share. Something you're going to be able to put on a business card and be proud of. Not something that you bought primarily because you want it for SEO reasons, and you think with that you're going to succeed. As an example, just think about Amazon. Their domain name says nothing about books, and yet it grew to be one of the largest e-commerce companies in the world. The same with Alibaba or Google. Their domain names were not the keyword, but their marketing and branding built their company. Now, everything after the domain is a subdirectory. This is based on your website organization. As an example, if you have a website selling shoes, then the subdirectory can be called shoes. It's easy, right? The subdirectory is the folder that contains the relevant files or pages for that group. Think of a file folder with documents inside. The file folder is usually based on a major category of content or products. Now inside the folder are individual documents or pages. These files or pages usually come after the subdirectory. In this example, you see the file.html. The next step in optimizing the URL is to name the page in a way that explains the content of the page. To use our e-commerce shoe website, a page name would usually be a specific product name. This way you would end up with domain name /shoes as the category / brand name running shoe. Insert that here. If you've ever looked at the HTML that make up the instructions of the page, you'll understand a bit more of how search engines get the information from the page. The text on the page and the markup, such as the headings, provide instructions as to where the text is located, the importance and prominence of the text, in addition to the arrangement of the overall page. HTML is a set of instructions for a browser to assemble the page, and the search engines use that as well. Now, the search engines spiders cannot see images. As the internet developed, many attributes were added to provide for accessibility and additional features. Users that are sight impaired cannot see images. And the alternative text tag describes the image. Further, there are many times when our bandwidth isn't strong and not all of the images will load. In that case, we need the alt text description to provide the context of the image and its purpose. Search engines use this alt text description to gain additional context about the page, the content of the image, and its purpose. Now, we have an entire section on links, but at this point, I just want to cover internal links. An internal link is a link from one page on your website to another page of your own website. Now, this is important from a relevancy perspective. You'll see internal links in your main navigation. You'll likely have a link that says Home, one that says Contact Us, or About Our Company. What you're showing to search engines and to humans is that this section, if you click on this link, is about our company. Or this is where you find our contact information. You see, these links are not votes like external links. However, they provide relevance and context to the information on your own website. Let's dive in a little more on keywords. When a search engine crawls and processes your website, it doesn't simply look for the instances of specific keywords. It's a lot more complex than that. It's using a technology called natural language processing. Natural language processing uses algorithms to try to understand the meaning of text. You see, search engine processing is attempting to be human. This is the same way that people see and hear the words, and we're using the words to find the meaning expressed in the words. Similarly, when a search engine goes to your website, it may seek keywords, but it's looking for the context of those words. You may say football, but just having the word football repeated throughout your website isn't going to help you rank specifically for football. What you need to do, and what is more common in actual human conversation, happens very naturally. When we talk about football, we use naturally additional words, such as goal and referee and World Cup. You see, Google and the other search engines are going to take these into account. By usage of other synonyms and other common words, you present the context of a bigger, broader idea for your website. The next site signal that we have is sitemaps. Now, there are two kinds of sitemaps. There's the sitemap that is for humans, and there is the sitemap that are for search engine robots, crawlers, or spiders. The one that is for human is called an HTML sitemap. You've probably seen these before. The link is generally in the footer of a website. If you click on it, it shows you the major sections of the website, provides some search functionality, but looking at it as a human, it shows you the hierarchy of the website and where to find important information. It shows how everything fits together. Now, there's something else that exists called an XML sitemap. It's not linked from any page of your website, but exists as an independent file on your server. Now, this is something you can see, but it is formatted for search engine spiders. Using a programming language called XML, it shows the hierarchy and the priority of each of the URLs of the website, every page, every document, every image. And it also shows the date that each page was last updated or changed. So at this point, we've covered a lot of things that are important and things that you should be doing when optimizing your on-page content. Now let's go a different direction and cover things that you should not be doing: keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. The first one is keyword stuffing. Now, back in the early days of search engine optimization, people used to increase the instances of words on the page. Now, this is well before natural language processing. At that time, search engines were looking for occurrences of specific words. Well, search engines, they're very smart about this. What may have worked 20 years ago or 10 years ago, keyword stuffing does not work. You're not going to rank better for any given phrase by including it a dozen or more times on the page. In fact, you might get an over-optimization penalty by constantly repeating the same word over and over. Focus on writing content that engages with your visitors and uses language naturally. Now, the next one is hidden text. Unfortunately, I still see this. This is when you write content that is solely for search engines and not for people. Now, typically it is attempted by writing a lot of repetitive keywords as text, coloring it white, and placing it against a white background. You see, this was developed as another way to add more keyword-stuffed text without the user seeing the overuse of keywords. Now, it didn't work too well in the past, and it definitely does not work today. This tactic backfires in two ways. First, search engines can tell when it's white text on a white background. It's easy to tell from a computer science point of view. Search engines read the HTML, and in the HTML are the instructions for colors. When you hide text, modern search engines are smart enough to figure it out, probably better than a human. Now, secondly, it's done to hide repetitive keyword-stuffed text, which is the second thing against you. These outdated, unprofessional tactics will most likely get a website penalized by the search engines. The next one is repetitive anchor text. You may have followed a link to a page when looking for a business or information, and instead of the information you want, you get a page that doesn't feel like it was written for people. Every sentence is redundant, repetitive, and almost every keyword is linked even when there doesn't need to be a link. It confuses the flow of the information on the page. Now, again, this used to be a tactic that sometimes would work, but it's no longer helpful. Search engines and their natural language processing algorithms have advanced significantly. They can tell when something's not readable. When something is probably intended for machines and rankings but not for people, search engines will figure it out. Please don't waste time on redundant links trying to inflate the relevance of your links and pages. The last thing to cover here is cloaking. Cloaking is the idea of showing one thing to the search engines and something entirely different to humans. Now, this is related to the rest of the tactics I just covered. It's something that used to work, but it was expressly against the search engine guidelines. While it may have worked if the search engines discovered it on your website, you could have been penalized or dropped from the search engine results entirely. Now we've covered all of the most important on-page optimization factors. Let's take a look at what the theoretically perfectly optimized page would look like. In this example, we can see many of these elements being used together. You can also see that the base key phrase, digital camera, is being repeated, but always included with a specific context. First, at the top of the page is the URL, which has digital cameras in the address. The page title follows using the context of the information and adding the word reviews. You can also see at the top of the page that the main navigation and secondary navigation, also called the breadcrumb navigation, provides context of the page's location within the entire website and natural keyword usage. The H1 headline is the key phrase, but also happens to simply be the best title for the content of the page. The subsequent subheadings provide additional information, such as ratings, recommendations, and features. The links provide relevant ways to access additional content. The image utilizes alt text. There are also clear calls to action, which provide relevant offers to visitors. As you can see, the context of all of the content is very strong and sends a clear relevancy signal to both search engines and readers. To conclude this section, I'd like to cover the top influencing factors. Now, sometimes you may find these as lists, but I found it a bit more practical to separate them into categories. Typically, every year, you'll find these collections of lists from surveys, experts, or speculation. Some are from testing, but honestly, you can't ever truly test a search engine, as they change a little bit with every algorithm. So the best thing is to take from these lists these factors that are the tried and true factors over the years that have worked consistently. Also, those tactics that not only make your website more effective with users, they tend to do well with search engines. So if a tactic serves that dual purpose, it's a good tactic. So these are not exclusive and have-to lists for every situation, but guides and indicators for you to use. The top on-page factors from surveys, opinions, and data are these: a relevant page title, page headings, anchor text links, a keyword-based URL, a keyword or contextual file name such as page name, image name, or PDF file name, alt text and images, and finally, what you do with the content on a page to make it more readable, lists, bullet points, and bolded text. The top factors for off-page linking tend to contain these items: the total number of domains linking to you, the number of highly influential domains linking to you, the number of unique domain IP addresses, the total backlinks without no-follow limits, the total relevant anchor text in links to you, and finally, the types and context of keywords in anchor text links. The domain also contributes factors to your overall rankings, such as the age of the domain, which would include ownership information, such as the length of time owned and operated by a company, the real business information tied to that domain, such as the business address being the same as the business registration address for the domain. In addition, the signals from social accounts driving visits to the domain. Functionally, the search engines also utilize some attribution based on the quality of programming of the website. For instance, taking care of the basic search engine protocols of the robots.txt file, XML sitemap, and HTTPS protocol. Websites that implement these features have shown that they are familiar with search engine guidelines and protocol. Now, one of the changes over the past few years has been the implementation of page speed as an increasing ranking factor. Slow loading pages with a lot of extraneous code that slow the delivery of the page will be penalized as they take away from the user experience. Optimizing the page code, speeding up the load time of the page can directly impact your rankings, and this is closely related to the mobile friendliness of your website. If your website is not mobile friendly, it will be limited in visibility, as Google's primary index is focused on mobile devices and mobile delivery. Behavioral factors are the newest factors, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is making determining the intent and determining easier for a search engine to derive a judgment of relevancy based on interaction. While the extent of these signals is not fully known, it is suspected that they are minor but growing in importance. These include the amount of users that search for a brand name, business name, and go to that result, showing brand awareness. Also, the amount of direct visits, bypassing search. Time on page, pages per session, which is also called the depth of visit. And lastly, the behavior of a searcher from the results page. How many results are clicked? How many times do they return to the results? This evaluation is looking to judge if the results presented or satisfactory or deficient for that query. The two broad categories of ranking signals are popularity and relevance. Of the on-page factors, the page title is the most important individual field. The URL is important and should be memorable. Alt text is important for search engines as well as for sight-impaired humans. Avoid keyword stuffing, hidden text, repetitive anchor text, and cloaking. Natural language processing is a technology that aims to understand the intent that humans have when searching for information.
And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our web page is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our web page for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant. We need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. In some cases, very flattering, but in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature.
Did you know that 93% of online experiences begin with a search engine? That's a massive audience you are missing out on if your website isn't ranking high on search result pages, that is SERPs. But SEO can feel challenging, filled with complex algorithms and ever-changing practices. Enter ChatGPT, the AI assistant that's like having a secret SEO weapon in your arsenal. By using its language processing power, you can put it into work and watch your SEO results explode. With the help of it, you can generate keyword ideas that drive targeted traffic. You can craft compelling content that keep visitors attracted. And you can also optimize your meta descriptions and titles for maximum clicks. So in this video, we will understand how using ChatGPT, you can boost your SEO strategy backed by actionable insights and metrics that matter. So in this tutorial, we will cover finding a title, generating the content, how to modify the content according to you. Then we will understand SEO prompts for statistics and FAQs. After that, we will understand plagiarism check, meta title and descriptions, and in the end, ChatGPT for summary. Alright, so now before using the ChatGPT's abilities to enhance SEO in your system, we need to install an extension. That extension is known as AIPRM. So the AIPRM extension is a powerful tool designed to enhance ChatGPT capabilities, especially for SEO and digital marketing. This extension integrates with ChatGPT, enables it to perform advanced tasks that improve your online presence. With AIPRM, you can optimize your content for search engines, ensuring higher rankings and better visibility. So let's first understand how to add this extension to your Chrome browser. So this is our Chrome browser. Here we'll go and we'll type AIPRM extension. Click on enter. So this is the first link basically. We'll click on it. And this is AIPRM for ChatGPT. Don't get confused with any other extension. This looks like this. And now we'll click on add to Chrome. And then add extension. And that's it. Now let's just click on allow. And it is integrated, I believe. Yes. So as you can see, it is also showing a quick start tutorial. Select a prompt template, enter the word phrase or more, send message. So we'll click on get. If you want to view tutorials, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can get started with AIVRM. So as you can see, the whole layout, the whole interface is changed. There are a lot of things over here. Let me explain to you guys what all these things are. Alright, so there are various options under public and on, from which you can filter prompts by topic, as you can see, or activity. And then prompts can be sorted by top videos trending, as you can see. And there are actually 4892 prompts available, and you can see the first 12 on this page, as you can see. And some examples of prompts here is like, you can say Yoast SEO optimized content writer, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. So these are the examples of prompt. Now, first of all, we'll ask ChatGPT to write a blog post for us on, let's say, fitness. All right. So we'll ask ChatGPT, fitness in everyday lifestyle. All right. Let's click on this. So we haven't used any prompt till yet. So let's just first put this input and let's see what ChatGPT gives us. All right. So as you can see, this is the topic name, importance of everyday fitness, simple strategies to incorporate fitness. Then we can see subtopics are also there. All right. And here's the conclusion. All right. So this is basically our blog post. So now let's say we want to optimize this blog post and we want to do SEO on this one itself. So let's first just copy this. We'll copy this and paste in our document. All right, so this is our document and we have pasted this. All right, now let's go back over here and let's say we want to write it in a more familiar, or you can say friendly tone, and in a more explanatory tone you can also use. So let's just write this. Don't worry about the spelling, guys. ChatGPT take care of this. All right, so let's see what are the changes in both of these blog posts. Let's just wait to finish it. And here's the conclusion. So this is the second blog post. So let's understand the difference in between these two first. We'll first check out for this one. Start small, begin with manageable changes. All right. As you can see, here it is, begin with manageable changes. Take the stairs instead of elevator. Walk or bike to nearby destinations, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can add up over time. Alright, let's just see what is written over here in the second blog post. In the second blog post, it is written, begin with manageable changes that fit seamlessly into your daily routine. For example, or for instance, choose to take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destination instead of driving, or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can accumulate over time and contribute to your overall fitness. So if you want to take the second one, which is a few changes, it is more bit explanatory compared to the first one. We can just copy paste this one as well. So you can write a second prompt as well, in which if you want to write in a friendly tone or in a formal tone, you can write like that. All you have to do is to just write the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's just copy paste it. We'll replace it with the second one. All right, so now we are back in ChatGPT. So now basically we have the blog post content. Basically we have the content of it. Now we want to polish it. We want to select the best title out of it and many more things. So for that, let's just make use of prompts. Instead of writing all these prompts by yourself, you can make use of the prompts that is that comes with AI PRM ChatGPT prompts. All right. So let's just say we want to write about the title. We want to select a perfect title for this blog post. So what we can do is we'll go over here and first of all we'll select in topics we'll go and we'll select copywriting because we want to write about the SEO optimized title. We want the best title. We'll select copywriting, confirm. All right. Now after this you can just go for prompts, but whichever you like. I'm gonna go for this one, blog post title generator, as you can see. Also, if you didn't get what you wanted, then you can go for the search engine over here. You can just type. Let's just say if you if you're writing a script basically and you want a perfect title for it, then you can write a script generator or something like that over here. Automatically, whichever prompt that are relevant to it will come. All right. So we have selected this one, blog post title generator, because we have to create a title for our blog post. We'll click on this. And now all we have to do is to write the name of our blog post. The name of our blog post is, we'll select everyday lifestyle, fitness in everyday lifestyle. Let's just select this one. All right. Now, as you can see, you can select the titles to write. It is 5. Let's just select 10. All right. Now, the language you can select English, and many more languages are there. We'll keep it in English itself. Tone, emotional or default. Let's just be default itself. Poetic, default itself. We'll keep it like this. All right. Now, click on this. Let's just see. So according to ChatGPT APRM prompt, these are the 10 best titles that we can implement in our blog post. Now what we want to do is select one best title out of it. Alright, so these are 10. We have to select one out of it. So for that, we'll go to Google Keyword Planner. So this is Google Keyword Planner. We'll click on this, find your campaign and keywords. We'll click on this, visit Keyword Planner. Now you guys might be thinking, what is Google Keyword Planner? So let me explain to you guys. So this Google Keyword Planner is a free tool that helps you find keywords for your online content. It shows you how often people search for certain words and phrases and how much competition there is to rank for those keywords. This way you can choose the best keywords to target in your ads or blog post or website to attract more visitors and potential customers. So it will give you the numbers basically which are mostly ranking and having the competition. Alright, so we'll click on discover new keywords and let's select where it is. We'll select the first 10. Go to Google Keyword Planner and now here we will paste it. So all 10 of them are pasted. Now what we'll do is we'll click on get results. So after clicking on get results, as you can see, so this is average monthly searches. This is competition. We want the maximum monthly searches, fitness, healthy lifestyle, and low in competition. So according to your preference, you can select from here, and whichsoever, this is 100k to 1 million, and many more topics you can select from here, which has low competition. So as you can see, this treadmill has more average view, 100k to 1 million, but the competition is also high, so we should keep the competition low as well. So we should keep in mind, so we can select our best title from it, so whichever suits. Alright, after selecting the best title, we can go to our what we call this blog post to change the title. So this is the new title. Let's keep it like this. Alright, so now our title is done. Now let's go back to ChatGPT. And here is a ChatGPT. And now let's go to its layout. Now here we want to write the content regarding that title. So what we'll do is basically we'll go over here and we'll select SEO. And once we have selected it, we'll select this prompt, human written 100% used SEO optimized article. Now, based on that title that we have generated, we'll write a complete content on it. We'll use the help of this prompt. So as you can see, GPT 3.5 Turbo, GPT-4, GPT-4o. We'll select this and paste our title. So this is our title. Transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. So now this prompt will generate the content based on this title. Alright. Now let's see. So as you can see, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. This is the content outline, the article outline, you can say. So this is the introduction. What is everyday fitness? Then physical fitness benefits, and it keeps on writing. I believe it'll be a long article or blog. So you don't have to write too many prompts for this. You can just do this and the whole thing will take care of it on. As you can see, FAQs are also being generated by this prompt. Otherwise, we would have wrote another prompt for the FAQ. And many things are there that should be in there in the article or blog. So yeah, now we can select our article or blog, we can say. So we have the title. We don't want the outline, let's say. We'll take it from here, from the introduction. It's a long article, I believe. As you can see, this last question is not completed, but you can click on continue generating and it will complete that. We don't want the last question. I think 3 questions or 4 questions are sufficient for us. So now as we have copied it, first of all, we need to make sure that our content is unique. It is not plagiarized, because we can't publish or use the plagiarized content. So we have to be sure that we are using the unique content. For that, we'll have to go to this site known as Dupli Checker. We'll click on this first link, and now as you can see here, we can copy and paste it. We can just exclude this last question as I told you. Alright, now our content, our article is pasted. Now we will check the plagiarism. Alright, first of all, we'll have to tell them that we are not a robot, and then we have to click on check plagiarism. Alright, so it is showing maximum 1000 words allowed per search. Alright, so let's just do one thing. We'll do it, because if you want to do 1000 words, you'll have to go for their pro version or the premium version. So we now have to use some part of it, not the complete part. It's actually a long article. So from the role we'll take. As you can see, number of words is 505 and result found 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. Alright, so plagiarism is 3%. I think that can be, we can neglect it. And now let's check for the rest of this one. Alright, alright, here we'll copy and paste it. check plagiarism. As you can see, number of words 671, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. So I don't think it will be a problem. So it is good to go, I believe. And now we just copy and paste it. So let's take it from here till here. All right, so this is our content now. So our content was not plagiarized, but let's just say if it is plagiarized and is not unique. So what should we do? Then we can simply put a prompt in ChatGPT that make it non-plagiarized or make it unique or rephrase it. But let's say that plagiarized checker, the duplicate checker, mentions the particular lines of where there is plagiarism. So you can select that line, put into ChatGPT, and ask them to rephrase or make it plagiarism free. By doing this, you can make the complete content plagiarism free. It is very easy. Or else you can use a prompt from AIPRM. As I told you, all you have to do is to just type plagiarism free content writer and a particular prompt will come. You can just put your content in that prompt and the rest ChatGPT will take care of. All right. Now to boost your SEO strategy, you must focus on EEAT, that is expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness, and keep that human element strong. Use ChatGPT to improve your content with interesting verified facts and relevant examples. Create a FAQ section to answer common questions and look for any missing information to fill in. These steps will help you make high quality content that connects with your audience and ranks better in search engines. So, for that, we'll write a prompt to ChatGPT to include the what we call FAQs and the statistics. If you want to make use of statistics and FAQs and include it in our content. So how should we do that? Let's just understand it. Let's come to our chat GPT again. Now here what we'll do is we'll write a simple prompt saying no. First we'll go to the new topic. Now here, because otherwise it will keep on writing in that prompt itself. Alright, we'll write please add to what we call stats, or you can write statistics, and one analogy and a FAQ section with answers to this content draft to increase engagement. All right, now you want to if you want to paste a particular section of your content, you can also do that, or else you can paste the entire content. It's as per your choice. So let me just paste a particular section. Let's just paste this one, and all right, let's see. All right, so as you can see, statistics. Studies show that engaging in just 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day can reduce the risk of chronic disease like heart disease. So these are the statistics and these are the analogies, and this is the FAQ section that you can include in your content or a particular section of the content. Usually these statistics are included in the introduction part to make it more interesting, so you can make use of it and do that. Alright, moving forward, let's understand the ChatGPT prompts for meta titles and descriptions. So, crafting meta titles and descriptions is essential for drawing readers' attention. So, it is necessary that we should use that. Alright, so now we'll be writing a particular prompt for it. For that, for the content part, I'll be leaving the space content here and create a meta description and title for this content. Here this means this one, alright, including the keyword. Now here we'll mention the keyword, alright. So whatever is the focus keyword or the primary keyword you want to include it in, alright, and make it easy to read and add a CTA. So let's just paste our content over here. So where is our content? This is our content, and let's just use this one again. You have to use the entire content, but I'm just showing you, so you can use this one itself. It will be more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. And the focus keyword is healthy lifestyle. Alright, so this is it. Now all we have to do is to wait, we've done something wrong. Here we'll paste the healthy lifestyle. And as we can see, title, transform your health with everyday fitness. This is meta description. Discover how incorporating everyday fitness into your routine can transform your health. This is meta description. This is CTA. Ready to transform your life? Start incorporating everyday fitness into your routine today. So you can make use of it using this prompt. And yes. Now let's understand the ChatGPT prompt for writing summaries. So now, like, writing blog summaries and posting them on LinkedIn and Twitter helps you reach a wider audience. By sharing engaging snippets, you can attract more visitors to your blog, increasing traffic to your website. This practice also establishes you as an expert in your field, building your brand and reputation. So social media platforms facilitate interaction through likes, shares, and comments, boosting engagement with your content. So posting a blog summary in your social media like Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., will be helpful for you. So now let's just write a particular prompt in ChatGPT for creating that blog summary for us. All right. So let's make use of it. We'll write, please create 100-word summary of this post optimized for Twitter. So as ChatGPT already have your content, so you don't have to worry about repasting it. So let's just see. Alright, as we can see, looking to improve your health without spending hours at gym, everyday fitness is the key. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine for profound effects on your physical and mental well-being. Just 30 minutes of daily activity can reduce chronic disease risk by 30% and boost mental health. So yeah, it has included all the things that we wanted from our content or blog to this. And it also has mentioned the hashtags, hashtag lifestyle, hashtag everyday fitness, hashtag wellness. You can easily post this on Twitter and drive traffic from there. And you can also post this on other social media handles as well. Alright guys.
Imagine you started a small business, but it feels like no one knows it's there. That's tough, right? But today, we are going to help you change that. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use MailChimp, a tool that helps you connect with customers through email. So, what is MailChimp? It's a popular platform that helps you send emails to your customers, make simple web pages, and even set up automatic replies, all without needing any tech skills. MailChimp is used by many businesses around the world because it's easy to use and help you reach more customers. Today, I'll take you step by step through how to use MailChimp, how to get customer contacts, create an email campaign, and set up automatic emails to keep your customers interested. And by the end of this video, you'll know how to use MailChimp to grow your business and make sure your customers always remember you. So, let's dive in. You'll find the link to get started with MailChimp in the description below.
So let's get started with our MailChimp tutorial. First, just go to the Google and type MailChimp.com login and just simply click on login from here. If you have an account, it's good. If you don't, then you have to sign up. Since I already have an account, I just need to log in here. Enter your username and password as well. And just click on login from here. So as you can see, we are directed to our MailChimp's dashboard here. So this is our dashboard and we have opted for the free plan. So I'm using the free plan here. So this is the navigation bar as you can see. So after we have logged into this website, we'll go to the audience section here and just select sign up forms from here. And we'll start this tutorial first by creating a sign up form. So you can also change the audience settings from here. So this is our audience dashboard here. So you can import the contacts. So we'll start this first by looking at the audience section here, where you can manage all your contacts. You can import them, manually add them, or integrate them from another service as well. So if someone emails you to update their profile, like suppose changing a birthday or promotions, you can also do that here. So if you want to add your contact here, you can just simply click on add your contacts and you can set up your audience just by adding your contacts here. So this is how you can add your contact. You can do it from your SMS also, or you can import contacts using a CSV, this TXT file. So just skip this option for now. You can do it if you want to. So the next step is creating a sign up form. So we'll just simply click on sign up forms here and then we will select this option, create new form. So we want a landing page here to be created. So we'll just simply, you have all these options here. You can use form builder, embedded forms on your website and share them on social media. So I'll walk you through setting up a simple sign up form, collecting essential information like email, name, birthday, business, etc. So we'll just simply go to this create sign up landing page name, and here you can just, page name is like Tasty Bakes is my landing page name. Okay, and I'll just select begin here. From here you can select a template also. So I'll just simply click on the lead generation template. So this is my template here, and from here you can alter the style and the blocks also. So as you can see, if you want buttons, product, promo code, you can also add them. So if you want to add logo, just simply click on edit block. You can replace it with some file if you have. Just select upload here. And since I want a bakery store, I'll just insert this logo. So this is my logo here. And if you want an image to be added at the back of your form, just select image from here. And then you can just simply go on to this upload option. So as you can see, I have uploaded this image here at the back of my page. And I just want to make it small, so I'll just select again image display size, just make it a bit small. Yeah, I want to just keep it like this. Alright, and now if you want to just edit this content here, stay connected with our customers, you can just add whatever you want to be displayed here. Subscribe button is also there, and this is the about us option. So here you can just simply click on this thing. So from here you can just simply write something like sign up today with and indulge in the world of delightful tasty bakes. And this is my heading here. Okay, just want to edit the style. So you can just simply click on style here and select color as well. This color is not visible, so the text style also you can change it accordingly. And so I've just edited the text here. As you can see, sign up today for tasty delightful cakes, and this is my content here, and this is the form page. So if you click this here, you have the sign up form, and from here whatever fields you want the audience to enter, like suppose I want the email address, the first name and the last name as well, you can just simply select from here. If you want birthday, company, phone number, address, you can select that also. But I just want to keep it minimal, so I'll just select all these options, and then I'll add the button text is here, subscribe. You can also write something like sign up now, hurry up or something. Send it to confirmation message, and this is the font size, and this will be displayed here. Success, you have been added to the audience. If you want to modify it, you can modify also, but I want to keep it like this, and just select save and close here. So as you can see, the page is being created. Now I'll just select save and close. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So if you want to publish it, you can also publish, and this is the page title and the site icon. And if you want to edit the social share preview, you can edit here also. And this is the URL for our page, and the audience and the tag also. If you want to edit the audience, you can keep it the audience bakery store, or if you want whatever audience. These are the tags. Contacts who sign up will be tagged automatically, and this is the content of our website and the settings and tracking. So I think it's good to go, so I'll just click on publish here. So as you can see that our landing page is now ready. So we can share a page also. We can just simply click here to our page, and we will be redirected to our page. So as you can see, this is the page we have created. You have to enter your email address, first name and the last name, and just click on subscribe. So this is the page we have created here. Like let's suppose you are entering your email address name, and just you click on subscribe. So this thing will be shown here, success, you have been added to the audience. And now we'll just go back to our page again here. So as you can see, this is the recent form which we created, the bakery store. So now that we have a landing page ready to capture customer details, let's send them some deals. Go back to the main MailChimp page and then click create. So we'll just go back to the main MailChimp page, which is this, and we'll just select on create. And now we will create a regular email here, and we'll just select on this email, create regular email. You can enter your internal email name. Suppose I want it to be Tasty Bakes, and we'll just select on begin here. So now you can edit the name also. This is the internal mail we have. So as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipient. So this is, as you can see, to whom are you sending this mail? You can add recipients here also. From suppose I subscribed to my form using this email ID which is shown here, and subject is also there. Since now we do not have much audience here, so it's like this. You can also send the time and the subject and write the content as well. So you can add recipients, whomever you want to, suppose a group of people or contacts, you can just import it from here. And you can add subject also, the subject name if you want to be good. Suppose the subject name I want it to be good cake deals for today. And the preview text should be something like hungry exclamation grab a donut, and just select save here. So this is how our subject would look like. You can also send time. You can edit the time here. You can schedule it actually whenever you want your email to be with your audience. So you can select the time here. So actually to schedule it, you need to upgrade your plan. But for now, I'm just showing you, if you already have an upgraded plan, you can do it. You can just select on upgrade now, and the plans are not that expensive. For standard, it's just around 500 contacts for 575 rupees annually. I mean, you just have to pay 1150 per month. So if you want it, you can just upgrade the plans. And premium, you need to pay 11,500, which is for 12 months. And standard plan is 575, and these are the benefits offered here. So let's close this. And yeah, if you want to send them now, I'll just select on send now and click save here. Next, you have this content option. You can design your email. So we'll just select on design email here, and then you can select a template, your email purpose, style, and the industry. The industry type is food and travel, and style, whatever style you want, basic, minimalistic, designed, colorful. I want it colorful, so I'll just select this. Email purpose, newsletter, whatever you sell, products, thank you, welcome, you can do it accordingly. Suppose you want a welcome template, you can click on this welcome also. So we'll just go with the newsletter one, and here you can see that this is a free template here, and we'll just select apply, wait for a few seconds, and this is our newsletter template. You can actually customize this, set a logo. We'll just set the same logo here. Just select on the logo cake, and from here you can add images, upload image, and then just select on this donuts. I want this donut to be displayed as an image. So this is the donuts which I have displayed here, and you can type the content design if you want to. Tasty donuts, subscribe, and check out the check out for more discounts. And you just select colors also. You can select here whatever you color you want it to be. Suppose I want to keep it minimalistic, so I'll just go with this. And then I think our newsletter email is ready now. So from here you can just click on save and exit. So this is how we have designed our first email here. And if you want to send this mail, a regular mail newsletter, you can do it. This is our email link here. You can also click and edit your custom URL. And if you want to add a social post, you can also add connect to Facebook or your Twitter and Instagram as well. And you can just send this email to the audiences you want to. And this is our newsletter email here. And we'll just click on send. So this is how we do it. So as you can see, we have learned about how do we set up our audience, and then creating a land page, and also setting up a regular mail, how to create mail. So let's now see what other options are there. Now let's move on to the automations here. So you can also choose automations, just simply you can email tagged customer. These are the pre-built journeys, as you can see. If you want to build from scratch, you can also do that. So we'll just click on build from scratch. You can just provide a name, the internal name. Good donuts. And just click on start building. So we are creating a map of our contacts journey. So this is how we will automate it. We can just choose a starting point here. So as you can see, these are the starting points which are popular with other MailChimp customers. The tag added, sent a mail, sign up for emails, birthday. So if you want to send a special discount, offer a gift, just say happy birthday. We can do that also. We'll just select on this. And as you can see, number of days before the date is reached. Suppose I want it to be 30 days and the field is birthday. You can save the starting point from how you want to automate your page. and you can add a journey point here. You can send a mail, and you can also send an SMS here, and survey also. These are the options: unsubscribe, update contact. So we'll just select on send mail here. So this is our journey, and yeah, if we want, we can just do for test, send test emails for now. Now if you want to upgrade your plan, you can do it, and then you can send this mails. So this is how we use tags to segment our audience. And let's go back to our homepage. We have learned on how to start a campaign, automate a page, learn how to set, create a mail and send it to your audience. Also, we have learned how to create a landing page. Now, this is the audience dashboard. You can see we have also created a sign up form as well. And this is the analytics. Let's move on to the analytics option and check what is there. So this is the analytics option here, and this is the date range. This is the marketing dashboard basically. So you can see the performance, and you can also compare the message performance here. This is the performance all over the time, how your web page is performing, and the conversions as well, the delivery, total number of deliveries. So it's pretty good, but if you want to access this dashboard, you need to upgrade to standard plans. Let's move on and see how we can create reports also. So just select on report here. So see, this is a report here, and the bakery store, 1 total contact, 1 email subscriber. Since we do not have much number of subscribers and contacts here, it's just showing this much. And view by status, ongoing, completed, types. These are the types: ads, postcards, surveys. You can check it by emails. You haven't sent an email. We haven't sent an email yet, so this is how it's showing. So this is our landing page. As you can see, we can check and view the report also of our page. So as you can see, this is the page, this is the URL, it was published on this much, the audience and the tags here. So 1 visit, 1 click, 1 subscribe. Since we just made this website now, we won't be getting much audience here. So let's go back again. You can also send emails here. Let's see if we haven't shown, we can create an email, Tasty Bakes, and just click on begin here. So we had already learned about this. Let's go back to the main page. How do we send an email? I think I already told you before. I think that's it for this. We have this audience. We have already gone through this audience section here. Analytics as well. Let's check on the website. What do we have in website? So you can also create your website, or you can connect existing Wix website as well. So if you want to create your website, you can set up your site here. You can also start selling products and offering services, but for this you need to connect it to your store. So let's see what do we have if we want to set up a site. Just simply click on this option. So this is the name I would like to use for my website here, and just click on edit my site. As you can see, this is a logo for our website, and you can just simply edit from here. You can add pages also. So let's look at the number of pages here. If you want to add page, you can also add link as well, website address and the name. So as you can see, we have added a link over here. This is a website page. You can manage your site, and you can also talk up to your brand. You can edit this accordingly. If you want to edit, you can also edit this. We have the styles also. So paragraph text, the button and everything. If you want to change the button like this, or you want to make your website heading something like this, you can also do it accordingly. And I want to keep it like this only. So I'll just select this font from here, and the colors as well. The colors I'll just like this one more, but you can keep it like this. I think white looks better, so let's keep it white as only. Then we'll just click on preview here, and now you can edit your page. This is the Tasty Bakes, and this is the logo. If you want to keep your discount option for your food, then you can just simply write here something like 70% discount for first time users Grab a donut. Delicious cakes. So whatever you wanted your content to be displayed, you can just write here. I think the spelling is wrong. And you can just edit this also if you want it to be like this color. You can, if you want to apply a link, you can also apply a link here. If you want to add a link, you can also do that. So this is how we can make a website using MailChimp as well. Like, I think it's really amazing. You can do a lot of stuff using this tool. And now we'll just click on done and we'll just select publish here, accept the terms and condition. So as you can see, we have our website ready. You can edit your site whenever you want to. And this is our website address, web address, and this is the traffic highlights you get. So we have learned everything now, how to create a page, write an email, organize campaigns, automations, audience, surveys, analytics, website as well. Let's check out what is there in Content Assistant. So from here, custom designs in just a few clicks. You can just enter your website URL. And if you want to import a brand, you can just do it. Or if you want to set up your own brand, you can also do that. For this, you have to just simply click on set it up. And let's see what we have got. You can upload your logos. Just simply click on add logo. And now you can just select on continue. You can add your colors. Just click on next. You can choose your fonts also. Just click next here. Your brand kit is complete. So this is how we can also create a brand kit. These are the email templates here. And then we also have the integrations at last. So you can connect your apps and integrate it. So you can create, we have already learned how to create a website here. Also you can do a lot of stuff using this, and you can also import your site by using the Shopify store if you want to sync Shopify customers' products to MailChimp and create highly targeted campaigns. You can also do this. You can connect your store with MailChimp as well. Just simply you have to click on get started, and if you want to do it, you can just do it accordingly. So yeah. So we have covered a lot today, from setting up email campaigns, creating automation, building a website, and also scheduling appointments. But for that, you need to have an upgraded.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever searched for pizza near me or best plumber in town on Google? What's the first thing you notice? Probably the businesses that pop up at the very top of the page or on Google Maps, right? That's the magic of SEO. Now, if you're wondering what's SEO, don't worry. Let me break it down for you. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization, and it's how businesses make their websites and profiles to show up higher in Google search results. But why does it matter? Because if people can't find your business online, they can't become your customers. Studies show that 97% of people search online for local businesses before making a purchase or booking a service. And here's the thing, SEO isn't just for websites. If you own a local business, your Google My Business profile is your ticket to being discovered. So what exactly is Google My Business? Or as they now call it, Google Business Profile. It's like an online business card, but so much more powerful. You can showcase your address, phone number, photos, reviews, and even updates about your business. And it's completely free. Let's say you run a bakery. When someone nearby searches for best chocolate cake shop near me, your Google Business Profile can make your bakery pop up right at the top on Google Maps and in local search results. That's why optimizing your Google Business Profile is so important. Without it, your business might not even show up, and you could lose customers to competitors. In this video, I'll take you step by step through how to create and register your Google My Business profile, how to optimize it for better rankings, free tools you can use to analyze and improve your profile, and some pro tips to beat your competitors. So let's get started. So first, let's get started with how to create and register your Google My Business profile. So first, let's talk about how to create your profile. It's very super simple and it only takes a few minutes. Just simply go to Google and just search Google My Business sign in. And from here, you have to just sign into this account. If you don't have one, you just have to create your account. It's free to use. So the next step is you can enter your business name. Make sure that it matches with your brand. So the name of my business is The Baker's Corner. Just simply click on continue. Now this third step is to choose your business type. It's very important because it tells Google what kind of business you are. For example, if you run a coffee shop, you can choose coffee shop as your primary category. So from here, you can just select your category if it's an online retail or a local store. In my case, it's a local store, so I'll just click on this. Now you have to enter a business category. It's cake shop, okay? Now click on next. Now you have to enter your business address. It's in micro layout, let's suppose, Bangalore South, and your state is. So we have entered our address also over here, and then we'll click next. So here you can also enter your contact details if you want your customers to contact you by your number. So it's an alternate choice. You can add your number or you can also skip. So you can also put your business on the map, start connecting with your customers across Google all in one place. If you put your business on the map, then you'll get discovered by people in your area, respond to reviews for your business. Let's say if somebody is searching for a cake shop near me, so they will obviously see your business list over there on the map. So you can just stick on this if you want to, otherwise you can just select continue. So now a verification code will be sent to your particular number you have registered. So just simply enter the code sent to your SMS. As you can see, it's showing that you're now verified. So verifying your profile is very important. Google will send a code to your address or also your number. And then you have to just enter the verification code and you're all set. So here just simply click on next. Now the next thing is customizing your profile. So you have to let your customers know when are you open for businesses. So let's say I want my business to be closed on Sundays. So I'll just click on open on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as well as on Saturday. And from here, what timings do you want to be opened at? Let's say it should start from 8 a.m. in the morning and it will be closing on, let's say 11:30. Same we will be adding for this also. So now you can just simply click on next after entering your timings. And now an important step is to add your business description. You have to let your customers learn about your business by adding a particular description about your business profile. So if when somebody is searching about your shop, it should describe that what your bakery shop or your cake shop is about and what items are available there. So here I'm adding my description. So my description says about where is it located, the Baker's Corner, known for its cozy ambience and what it's offering like pastries, crunchy breads. And now just click on next. Make sure that your description consists of good SEO keywords so that it will rank in your Google map. Now an important step is to adding photos of your store. So make sure that you upload a high quality picture. So just click on pictures over here. So as you can see, we have uploaded the images of a store over here, and then we'll move on to the next step. So now the next step is customizing your profile if you want to claim your 2000 rupees advertising credit. So if you click on this option advertising, what will happen is when somebody is searching for cake shop in the nearby area, Bangalore South, then it will show as an advertisement and your cake shop will be listed on the top of the Google ranking. So it's not that important. If you want to go for advertising, you can, but for this time, we're just clicking on the skip option. You can do it later if you want to. Now you can also get a custom domain name for your website and custom email address as well. We'll be just skipping this option. So your edits will be visible once you're verified. So now we have created a business profile live, but creating is just one step. Let's now talk about how do we optimize it. So creating your Google business profile is now live, but creating is just one more step. Now let's understand why is Google My Business so important for local SEO. First of all, it boosts your visibility. A well-optimized profile helps your business rank higher in the Google Local 3 pack and on Google Map as well, putting you right in front of people searching for your services. Second of all, it builds trust. When customers see a complete profile with updated information, good reviews, and even pictures, they are far more likely to choose your business. And here's the big thing. It drives sales. Nearly 30% of your local searches lead to purchases, sometimes on the same day. Exactly. Even your GMB profile enhances engagement. Customers can call, message, visit your website, or even get directions directly from your listing. It's also like running a free advertising for your business 24 into 7. No other platform gives you so much visibility without spending a dime. Simply put, if you want more customers and better local rankings, you need a well-optimized Google My Business profile. Now let's talk about how does Google determine local rankings. It all comes down to three main factors. First, there's relevance. It's all about how well your business matches with what the searcher is looking for. For example, if someone searches pizza delivery, Google will prioritize businesses that clearly offer pizza and delivery services. Next, we are talking about is distance. How close your business is to the searcher's location. If two businesses are equally relevant, Google will usually favor the one that's closer to the user. Finally, there is prominence. This is all about how well known and trusted your business is. Google looks at things like customer reviews, backlinks, articles about your businesses, and even offline reputation to measure this. The more trust and authority you build, the better your chances are of ranking higher. Now we have discussed about this. Now let's talk about how do you optimize a Google business profile. So for this, you just simply have to fill out all the details completely. The more information you provide, the better include your business hours. Also include catchy business descriptions. Don't leave anything blank. Google reward businesses with complete profile by ranking them higher. Adding high quality pictures, collecting Google reviews, everything is very important for ranking your business. So as you can see, after you have verified your account, you can just simply come to this page over here. And from here, you can just edit your profile if you want to. Business category, the business name if you want to change. The description if you want to just enhance more. The opening date also you can add if you want to. The phone, we have not currently added a phone number. We'll be updating it later. You can add your phone number over here. And if you already have a website link, you can just simply paste your website over here. The business location areas, what service area you are providing. So you can add more places, okay. I'm just adding more places near me. So when people are searching for nearby cake shop, they will also go through my business name. So now just click on save after you have edited your description over here. And then you have so many options like planning, payments, parking, offering, dining options, more from business. Just we can add more hours also, breakfast, brunch, happy hours. You can also add a list name as special hours, which you want your guests to be known. And these are our opening hours, which we have already entered before. This is the location over here. And the contact info. So we have gone through this edit profile. Next, the step is our reviews. Your reviews are very important. So for this time, we do not have any reviews yet, but make sure that you get plenty of reviews as much as you have, because this will help your business to rank higher on the SEO. Because Google will select that particular business, it will favor it more if you have good number of reviews and more replies you're giving to that reviews, because it will show that it's a genuine and authorized business. So the next step is also adding your pictures, which we have already added before. Next we are talking about is performance. So you can just see from here, you can enter the time period and the overview, business profile interactions, at what time your profile is getting interacted more. You can have a tracker maintained from here. You can also grow your business with Google with advertising credit, 2,000 rupees. If you want to claim your credit, you can just simply click here. And because it's my new business account setup, so we do not have much views yet. But then after some time, you just get views on your profile, business profile. And You can also add menu pages over here. What menu are you offering? These are the calls. At what time do you get most of the business calls? From here, you can just select on bookings. Here are the directions request made for your business profile, how many website clicks you're getting. So everything, if you want to track the performance of your website and your Google Map SEO, you can just have it from this performance. Next, we're talking about is advertisement. So you can advertise your website with the help of Google Ads. So if you want to add new campaigns, what if you're thinking about where should your people go after clicking your ad, you can just select this business profile from here and the advertisement. Next, we're talking about menu option. We have also seen food ordering from here, what accept orders on your profile, your service providers. You can add link also. Order with Google makes it easy to accept online pickup or delivery orders through your business profiles. We can also edit your products. If you have any product over here, you can just edit that. If you want to add any services, you can also add service from here, any custom service or weekend diets or anything. One more thing, adding update is very important. Make sure that you regularly optimize your profile, add status updates so that to engage with the audience and they'll be aware of what you're posting regularly. You can also ask for review over here. Just you can copy your review link and you can give customers a link to review your business on Google. So after you have got an order, you can just simply call your customers or reach out to them for just leaving a review behind. That would help your business to rank. So these are the updates which you can see. So these are the updates you can see. You can also add exterior photo, update, add your phone number, unlock insights at no cost. You can also create an offer if you want to. If you have any, let's say the Christmas is coming now. So if you want to create an offer and you want to put some discount options over, you can do that also. Add amenity map to your website, add your menu, set a booking, add map to your, so many options. You just have to make sure that you fill each and everything. Do not leave anything behind, because if you complete all the steps and all the criteria, if you fill it, it is very likely that your business will rank higher in the SEO page. Now let's go through some of the free tools to boost your profile. So first on the list is Bright Local. Just simply search for Bright Local on a Google search engine. So basically this Bright Local is an SEO tool which is designed to specifically serve for your local businesses. It helps you monitor, manage and improve your local search rankings. Bright Local offers basically a 14-day free trial period, after which there's a paid service with affordable plans. So this will help you to basically track your local rankings, audit citations and listings, monitor competitors, reputation management, performance reporting, and many more. So if you want to track rankings, fix listing errors, and get data-driven insights for improving your local SEO, Bright Local is one-stop solution for small businesses. Next on the list is GMB Everywhere. GMB Everywhere is basically a Chrome extension designed specifically for Google MyBusiness Optimization. So you can just simply add this extension. GMB Everywhere has a free version, and it also offers premium plan for advanced insights if you want to, but the free version is sufficient for most small businesses. So it will help your business SEO, competitor analysis, it will help in keywords insight, review metrics, profile comparison, and many more. Make sure that you use the keywords from Keyword Planner so that you can keep a track on what this is this keyword ranking or not, and what is the volume of this particular keyword, and what are the keywords people are searching more. Next on the list is Plepper. So Plepper is also an advanced local SEO tool that will provide in-depth insights about businesses listed on Google Maps and Google My Business. It will help you to uncover hidden details, analyze your competitors, and optimize your GMB profile very effectively. That is Google My Business profile. So basically, Plepper offers a free version with basic insights. It will help your business provide a good SEO, detailed competitor insights, category finder, location data, review analysis, and again, keyword and content optimization. Plepper gives you detailed GMB competitor analysis like no other tool. If you are serious about ranking higher in Google Maps, Plepper's insight will help you make data-driven improvements to Google My Business profile. So these tools can save your time and help you to stay ahead of the competition. So now at last, we'll be talking about the pro tips to beat your competitors. Now that you have set up your profile and optimized your Google My Business profile, let's talk about the pro tips that will help you stay one step ahead of your competitors. So you can start by analyzing your competitors using tools like GMP Everywhere. Check the categories, keywords, and reviews. For example, if a top competitor uses emergency plumbing services as a secondary category, add it to your profile if relevant. Next, focus on long, detailed reviews. Google values reviews with 200 plus characters. You should encourage the customers to write specific feedback, something like the team arrived on time, fixed my leaky pipes quickly, and charged with a fair price. Now, the next thing is posting updates regularly using Google Post. Share offers, events, or business changes like special discounts this week. Regular activity keeps your profile relevant and boosts engagement. Optimize for local keywords such as bakery or plumbing services in Bangalore, let's suppose. You can use tools like Google Keyword Planner to find the right terms and include them in the descriptions, photo captions, and the post you're generating. Another overlooked feature we're going to talk about is the QA section, which is preemptively answer common question about pricing, services, or hours. This will improve user experience and it will boost relevance in Google's eyes. Finally, you can keep a track of your performance with tools like Google My Business Insights or Databox. Monitor metrics like profile views, customer actions, calls, click direction, and where searchers are coming from. If performance drops, reanalyze competitors, adjust your keywords, and collect more reviews. Consistency is the key. Optimizing your Google My Business profile is not a set it and forget it process. Stay active, adapt to trends, and continuously improve your profile. These small efforts will help you outrank competitors, attract more customers, and grow your business. And there you have it, folks. Everything you need to beat your competitors and dominate local search with your Google My Business profile. Have you ever wondered why some YouTube videos go viral while others get lost in the crowd? The secret lies in the YouTube SEO. SEO or search engine optimization helps your content appear in search results. Think of it as a treasure map guiding viewers to your videos. Without good SEO, even great videos might not reach their audience. In the early days of YouTube, simply uploading a video was enough. Now, with millions of videos out there, finding yours can feel like searching for treasure in a jungle. That's where SEO tools like TubeBuddy, vidIQ, and Google Keyword Planner comes in. They help you boost your visibility and attract more views. We'll cover the basics of YouTube's algorithm, crafting keyword-rich descriptions, and using tools for keyword research. You'll learn to create eye-catching titles and thumbnails to increase your click-through rates and understand how to use tags effectively. We'll also discuss strategies to engage your audience and leverage comments and likes to enhance your SEO. Finally, we'll explore advanced tools and best practices to keep your channel fresh and growing. So let's dive in. At first, let us understand what is YouTube SEO. YouTube SEO goes beyond using keywords. It's about creating content that resonates with viewers. It's the second largest search engine in the world. Think of YouTube as a massive digital library where an algorithm acts like a librarian, recommending videos based on viewer preferences, engagement levels, and watch duration. Understanding these factors is key to optimizing your content for the right audience. Start by knowing the audience. Consider the demographics, interests, and challenges. For instance, if you're creating tech tutorials, your audience might be tech enthusiasts seeking DIY solutions. Tailoring your content to their needs will make it more engaging. Next, you should focus on creating engaging content. Answer viewers' questions clearly and use entertaining methods like humor and storytelling. Ensure your videos have good production quality, clear visuals, and crisp audio matter. Finally, use relevant keywords to help the algorithm understand the video. Integrate them naturally into titles, descriptions, and tags. For example, a video titled Beginner Yoga Poses should include phrases like yoga for beginners. Make sure your titles are clear and your description provides a summary with key terms and your tags reflect the video's content. By following all these steps, you can enhance your video's visibility and engagement. Effective YouTube SEO is all about crafting strategic, audience-focused content that keeps viewers coming back for more. So let's dive into our first super important method, which is on how you can rank your video on YouTube using keyword research technique. Keyword research is essential for making your content discoverable on YouTube. Keywords help the algorithm understand what your video is about and ensure it reaches the right audience. To get the most out of your keyword strategy, you can use tools like YouTube's autocomplete, Google Trends, and Google Keyword Planner. Let me show you how you can use all of these tools. So first, we will start by generating ideas using YouTube's autocomplete feature. Let me show you how. You can just simply search in the search bar any keywords, like suppose I'll search artificial intelligence. So as you can see, these are the YouTube suggestions it's giving. So these topics are basically based on what people are actively searching for, giving you real-time insights into the trending topics. You can type any keyword you want to and you can take suggestions from here and search it, because these will give you the top videos, what the users are usually searching for at this moment. Next, we will talk about Google Trends. So just simply search in the Google search bar Google Trends and just click here. Now, why did we select Google Trends? Because Google Trends helps us to validate the popularity of the keywords. Google Trends shows us how often a term is searched over time, allowing you to identify seasonal trends on growing topics. For example, you can just simply click on the Explore option from here. And so these are the topics it's showing right now, which are trending. And it's also showing the interest by the sub-region. Okay, so what are the popular topics trending at this moment? For example, we'll just select here YouTube search, as we want our YouTube search results. And then we will select 30-minute workout. And just click enter. So as you can see, it's giving us the statistics and the data of the interest over time on all the dates. So this was on October 14 and this was for at 8:18 p.m. Okay. So I've selected here the past day. That's why it's showing this out. You can also select for the past 90 days or the past 12 months also. It will give you the graph, something like this. And okay, so these are the related topics and the related queries, as you can see from here. So yeah, you can just simply search your keyword here and just look at the popular keywords and what people are actually searching on the YouTube. Now we also have a second feature, which is the compare option. Now if you want to compare any keyword with this keyword, for example, lose weight, suppose I want to search, and just simply click on enter. So as you can see, it will give you the comparison of the past 12 months between these two keywords on YouTube. Okay, and from here you can just look at the data and also the interest. For example, in Goa, people are searching for 30 minutes workout routine. Not 30 minutes workout routine, they're searching more for losing weight. So as you can see, we have the keyword for lose weight more. Okay. And also we can look into the popular topics and the trending topics for this, how to lose weight as a teenager. So if you want to create videos, you can use keywords from here. It's really helpful. Next on the list is the Google Keyword Planner. So just simply search Google Keyword Planner from here and click enter. You can sign in with your Google account, and I'm just directly visiting on the Keyword Planner. So we're using Google Keyword Planner because this is a free tool which can help you search all the trending keywords that people are searching on the Google. It basically provides data to access competition, and it also gives us monthly search volume. It shows how often people search for your keywords and how competitive they are. So from here, you can just simply click on either discover new keywords or get search volumes and forecast. So I'll be going on discovering new keywords and just select, suppose I'm selecting generative AI. Select enter. You can list up to 3 to 4 or 10 keywords to get results based on your keyword. Okay, the next keyword can be something Gen AI, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Okay, so I've searched for the keywords over here and I'll just simply click on get results. You'll see a list of keywords related to what you have entered. Now it will give you the monthly average searches as well. So as we can see that generative AI has got monthly average searches for 10K to 100K, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning. You have the keyword ideas also, AI chatbot, Midjourney AI. So you can just see from here. You can also edit your list with filters and categories to help you find those that make the most sense for your SEO strategy. Now, Google Keyword Planner is a helpful tool for SEO research, but no single option is going to be all the end for content planning. You want to supplement your efforts with other research tools that capture additional data. So now that we have discussed how to use Google Keyword Planner, also we have discussed how to use Google Trends, and then talking about the auto-complete feature from YouTube. By combining all these tools together, you can build a solid keyword strategy to enhance your video. So next, let's talk about how to optimize video titles and tags for YouTube SEO. Your video title and tags are the first thing YouTube's algorithm and viewers see, making them crucial for success. A well-optimized title attracts clicks and signals to YouTube and what your video is about, while tags help categorize your content better. So as you can see, this is the title of the video we have put. And if you want to check out the tags are mentioned at the last of the description. Here, these are the tags we have used. I'm just showing you an example on how we edit the description and how to insert the YouTube title and the tags. So if you want to craft your title, you should aim for clarity, engagement, and keyword richness. You should place primary keywords early to boost searchability. For example, if you're searching for a generic title, for example, you're searching for baking tips for perfect cake. Now let's see what other YouTube titles people are using here. Baking tips for beginners, baking tips, tricks and tricks, tips to make a perfect cake. So these are how people are using their titles and optimizing it so that the video is ranking above. Now let's talk about increasing click-through rates. Your click-through rate, CTR, is a key metric for YouTube SEO. A higher CTR means more viewers are clicking on your video in search results or recommendations, signaling to YouTube that your content is relevant and interesting. So what should you do in order to boost your CTR? Well, you have to create an engaging thumbnail that are eye-catching with bright colors, clear images, and minimal bold text. So as you can see, if you want to search any topic, for example, if I'm searching for artificial, or so for example, I'm searching for AI generated art. So let's see the top ranking videos. Okay. So as you can see, these are the top ranking videos and how they have, optimized their YouTube title and what thumbnails they are using so that the video is ranking here. So you can just compare the thumbnails from here and what type of titles they are using it. So with this, you will understand how your video title also plays a crucial role, how to craft compelling titles that speak curiosity and offer clear value, that spark curiosity and offer clear value. Next, let's talk about leveraging tags and metadata for YouTube SEO. Tags are no longer the primary ranking factor that once were. They still help YouTube understand your video's content and context. Tags function like keywords, providing additional information about the topic covered and aiding the algorithm in categorizing your content, which can increase its chances of appearing in relevant searches and recommendations. You should use tags effectively. You can start with the main keywords, such as, for example, if you're searching for baking cake if you're searching. So let's click on this YouTube video first and check out the tags here, what they have used. Okay. For this, I have used an tool to check out the tag, which is vidIQ. I'll just show you in the next coming topic. So it will automatically show you the vidIQ SEO score and the channel tags, what they're using for any particular video. So with the help of this, you can leverage tags and metadata for your YouTube SEO. Audience retention is key for YouTube's algorithm. The longer viewers watch your video, the more YouTube sees it as valuable content, increasing your chances of appearing in search results and recommendation. To boost retention, start strong, capture viewers' attention in the first few seconds with a quick preview or an engaging question. For example, if your video is about baking, you should say, "Ever wondered how to bake perfect cake without collapsing? Let me show you how." Keep your content dynamic by avoiding long, boring sections. Use visuals, edits, and different camera angles to keep things interesting. Also provide consistent value throughout each part of your content, offering something useful like tips or solutions. This keeps viewers engaged until the end, boosting your retention rates and improving your SEO. Now that we have covered audience retention, let's discuss how social proof and engagement can amplify your video's reach on YouTube. Now, next we will talk about utilizing social proof and engagement. So, social proofs like share, comments, and subscription is a strong signal that your video is valuable and engaging. The more interaction your video gets, the more likely YouTube will promote it to wider audience, boosting its credibility and visibility. To maximize social proof, encourage viewers to like and comment. So here you can see the comment section, try to engage with the audience and reply to their comments. Engagement doesn't stop. You should actively interact with your audience in the comment section and build a sense of community and encourage more discussions. This ongoing interaction tells YouTube that your video contributes to viewer conversations. Now, to truly master YouTube SEO, it's important to use advanced tools that provide deeper insights into your video's performance and SEO strategy. So tools like TubeBuddy, vidIQ, and Ahrefs can help you track the effectiveness of your keyword, understand your audience better, and optimize your content for maximum reach. So let's start with the first tool, which is TubeBuddy. So just simply search TubeBuddy from here and you can add the extension Chrome in your mobile. As soon as you add this extension in your mobile from here, just simply click on this website and sign in with Google and just add this to your extension in your YouTube. So after adding this, you can see here, this is the TubeBuddy. So after adding the extension, you can see it will be displayed like this in your YouTube channel, in your YouTube interface. And from here, you can just simply click on the Keyword Explorer and whatever keyword you want to, suppose cake recipes. So it will give you the suggestions as well. We have added this TubeBuddy extension here and you can see now when we just click onto this video, YouTube channel, just simply click on refresh here and you can see the TubeBuddy extension has popped up here. So we will just click with sign, just select this. So as you can see, we have added this TubeBuddy extension and from here you can just simply click on the Keyword Explorer and search your keywords, for example, workout routine, and just click on enter. So it will load the overall score and also the YouTube Google topics interest over time. It will also show you the data for this, the topics, the trending topics of this particular keyword. What else can you use? And see, you can also look at the score analysis, the search volume, the competition, optimization, strength, and all of that. So it's a really helpful tool if you want to leverage your keyword research and optimize your YouTube video SEO. So the next tool we are talking about is vidIQ. So I've already added this extension in my system here. So I can just simply go back to my YouTube video. So as you can see, this is the vidIQ extension which I've already added. And for example, you want to search any topic, generative AI. And from here, you can just look at the vidIQ results. It will give you the process, the overall score as well, and the top channels also. So this is my personal favorite tool which I use it because suppose if I want to just check the when this video was published and the overall data for this particular channel also, it will provide you here. You can just look the Royal Institution, how many years old it is, and also the vidIQ SEO score and the engagement, the channel tags, the video tags. It will provide you all the particular analytics you need in order to leverage your SEO score. So this is how you can use tools like vidIQ and TubeBuddy. Next on the list is Ahrefs Keyword Planner. So I'll just show you how you can use this, but this particular is Ahrefs Keyword Explorer. So Hrefs has got some same features for keywords and tags as other tools we have covered, but it is considered to have the strongest data mining out of all of them because it's not a free service. It comes with robust set of features to analyze competitors' website and optimize your own website as well. So your goal is only YouTube SEO. The other tools may be valued. So if you want a paid version for this particular keyword, you can just simply click on sign up for Hrefs and you can go for the paid version as well. So this was all for the tools, the advanced tools we are using for SEO optimization. So next on the list is creating a strong thumbnails. As we know that thumbnails are the key to driving click-through rates, think of them as the mini billboards of your video because they need to grab attention, be visually appealing and hint at the value of your content offers. So if you search for any topic and you can just look at the thumbnails they have created, which are the top ranking videos, just look at the quality of the thumbnails they have created. So they have made it really engaging for the YouTube audience, and that is the one of the reasons why their video is ranking. You should also focus on the contrasting colors to make your thumbnail stand out. For instance, a brightly colored cake against a clean background can draw more eyes to your video. It's all about creativity, how you show your thumbnail. So you must also ensure accurately that your thumbnail reflects your video's content. Misleading thumbnails may increase clicks, but first can harm also audience retention if viewers feel tricked and exit the video early. Speaking of retention, this leads us to the next crucial factor of YouTube SEO. At last, let's explore strategies to keep viewers engaged and boost your ranking by extending viewer watch time. Watch time is crucial for YouTube's algorithm. The longer viewers stay, the higher your video ranks, leading them to more recommendation. Start with a strong hook to grab attention and highlight the value viewers will gain. Structure your video to maintain interest using quick edits and engaging visuals. Break content into clear sections, guiding viewers step by step and varying angles to keep it dynamic. By implementing these YouTube SEO strategies, you will enhance your video rankings and grow your channel. Focus on creating compelling content, optimizing titles, descriptions, and tags, and keeping your audience watching until the end. So at last, there's one question for you. You can comment below with your answer. The question is, what is the one SEO technique you plan to use to improve your YouTube videos? Here are a few options you can choose from. Option A, using keyword-rich titles to attract more viewers. B, crafting eye-catching thumbnails to boost click-through rates. C, engaging with comments to build a community around your content. D, optimizing video descriptions with relevant keywords. Feel free to pick one or share your own ideas.
Today, we are diving into an incredible new feature launched by OpenAI for ChatGPT, and trust me, this one is a game changer. It's called ChatGPT Search. So what's ChatGPT Search? Let me break down it for you. Until now, ChatGPT was limited to knowledge it was trained on, and anything after its knowledge, cutoff date. Well, it couldn't help you there. But not anymore. With ChatGPT Search, the model can now browse the web in real time. This means it can find the latest news, up-to-date search, and even the most detailed or uncommon information directly from the internet. This upgrade is not just about keeping up with the times. It's about supercharging ChatGPT to make it more relevant and practical for all kinds of users. Whether you are a student needing the latest research for your assignments, a professional looking for industry insights, or just someone curious about trending topics, this feature is designed for you. But here's the most important part. This feature is currently only available to the pro users, those with a ChatGPT Plus subscription. If you are someone who uses ChatGPT regularly or relies on it for its real-time insights, upgrading to Plus might be just worth it. So stick around. Today we will be exploring how to actually use it and what all the results we can look up to.
Now, as I'm a ChatGPT Plus subscriber, as you can see, I'm using ChatGPT 4.0, and when I zoom it over here, you can see a small globe-like feature, and when you hover on it, you see Search the Web. And to enable ChatGPT search, you must click on this globe. So as you can see now, if you click on this globe, you will see a list of the trending topics. It's showing Who Wants Dancing with the Stars 2024, Taylor Swift, The Greatest of the Singers, Earl Holliman, Hulu Black Friday 2024. And now the best part is my search trends may look not like yours, and it will definitely vary. So this globe icon actually means now when you chat with ChatGPT, it will pull data from the web in real time. So now let's ask about the latest launch in the Gen AI field. To enable this, you need to click on this and then ask the latest launch in Gen AI field and see it has started making it. OpenAI's Sora video generation tool leaked. OpenAI's video generation AI tool Sora was leaked by artists protesting its rollout and minimal compensation. Apple's challenges in AI rollout in China. So these are great news, advancements in AI and CRISPR integration. AI's role in research and development. In 2022, the UK invested $71 billion in R&D. Wow, emerging AI hardware developments. And with this, you will find a clickable link over here. And if you click on this, you will begin going to combining AI and CRISPR will be transformational. It will be providing you with a supporting document. Like if you have any of the doubts that it is not true or anything, you will be getting this. And with each paragraph, it is given some of the documents that supports what it is saying. And after this, you can see it is sources. The sources, it will be appearing over here and it will be giving you all the documents that supports each of these paragraphs it has searched. Now, let's add something interesting. Apart from all these technologies, something very personal. I want to plan an outing with my family in Kerala. It will be a 4 day trip. Suggest how we can plan our trip and make it fun. This much prompt is fine, I guess. Let's see what it answers. So, it has basically divided each day into morning, afternoon, and evening. Wow, it's nice. And let's see. Planning a 4 day family trip to Kerala offers a delightful mix of natural beauty, cultural experience, and relaxation. So, arrival in Kochi, it is suggesting to arrive in Kochi morning. You check into your hotel. Afternoon, the Fort Kochi, known for its colonial architecture. Wow, street art, St. Francis Church. This is nice. This is very famous, I guess. Kochi to Munnar, then Munnar to Thekadi, Alipi, and departure. Some additional trips, the accommodations, transportation. So it has even suggested that hire a private car for flexibility and comfort. Obviously, like you will be doing everything in time on your particular choice, and local cuisine, cultural etiquette. So it has even give the sources. So these are basically travel planners. If you click on it, you will be getting the best place. So this is task travel. This is a basically a planner where you can plan your trip. You have to give your date of arrival, number of days, hotel category. Okay, these are also having options. Basically, it's nice. It's even you don't even have to do the hard work of finding all these things. You will be getting directly from ChatGPT. Let's go back. Now let's ask something very important. Is there any deal on flights from Bangalore to Delhi? As the flight tickets prices are going so high, so let's see if they have any of the things over here. As of now, several airlines and travel platforms are offering deals on flights. So they are giving Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, Air India, Skyscanner, and some additional tips. So let's see. Okay, it has giving direct access to the particular website, and it's nice. And even it is giving uh, to write this code, and you will getting flat 10% discount. So basically, it's nice. You can even go and have a research on this, and then book your flights and get a discount in your next flight ticket, maybe. Now let's ask locate some good coffee shops near me in maps. I want the exact location. So see, it's just a competition to the Google search, honestly. getting a map to locate where the place actually is. So basically, here are some options. You can even map, you can list. You will get a list of this. Third wave coffee, this is very popular, I guess. Blue Tokai coffee roasters and everything. And even it has directions, website, and even the call number over here, just like you get in this Google search. It's basically a competition, a tough competition, honestly. Now, making it a bit interesting, I want to ask, what is Nvidia price? Now let's see. Hey, wow. It has even given a chart that we can even point out ups and the downs, the highs and the lows. I can even view it on various days, 1 day, 5th day, 1 month, 6 months, yesterday, 1 year, or 5 years, anything. And even you will getting here the dollar 0.83 plus 0.61% November 26. This is actually nice. Even you will getting a summary of this. This is truly nice. You can even find out at particular date and time, 6 months, 1 month, and everything in just your fingertips. And that's ChatGPT search.
Imagine you wake up early in the morning, grab your coffee, and start scrolling through your phone. Your voice assistant suggests a new app to help you manage your day. And an AI powered ad pops up recommending a product you didn't even know you needed. But now you can't resist. The best part is you can try it virtually before buying, right from your phone. This isn't the future, this is now. AI and cutting edge technologies are redefining how brands connect with you, me, and the world. So in today's video, we are diving into the 6 biggest digital marketing trends shaping 2025 and how they are transforming everything we thought we knew about reaching customers. From AI to VR, voice search to personalization, these trends are your guide to staying ahead of the game. And if you are a marketer, business owner, or just curious about the future, you will want to stick around. So let's break it down. Let's kick things off with AI and machine learning. Because let's face it, AI isn't just a trend anymore, it's the backbone of digital marketing in 2025. Think about it, AI tools like ChatGPT or Jasper are doing more than just automating tasks. They are creating hyper-personalized ad campaigns, analyzing customer sentiment, and even generating full-blown marketing strategies. Here's an example. Imagine running a bakery. With AI, you can send personalized messages to your customers, like reminding Sarah it's her anniversary next week and suggesting a special cake. And for larger brands, tools like Sephora's chatbot don't just answer questions, they recommend makeup shades based on your skin tone and preferences. How cool is that? The takeaway is AI doesn't just save time, it builds stronger connections with your audience. So start small, use AI-powered tools for email marketing or customer segmentation, and watch your campaigns go from good to game-changing. Now, while AI is changing how we create content, voice search is transforming how customers find it. Let's talk about the next big trend: voice search and voice commerce. Let's suppose you ask, "Hey Alexa, find me the best running shoes under $100." Voice search isn't just a convenience anymore, it's how a huge chunk of consumers interact with brands. In fact, over 35% of US households now own a smart speaker. But here's the catch. Voice search optimization isn't the same as traditional SEO. Let's take an example. Suppose you're in a coffee shop, ranking for best coffee in Seattle isn't enough anymore. Voice queries are conversational, like "What's the best coffee near me that's open now?" This means you need to focus on long-tail conversational keywords and make sure your website is optimized for local search. Voice search is all about meeting consumers where they are literally. While voice search is reshaping how consumers find products, AR and VR are also transforming how they experience them. Let's dig into it. The next exciting trend, which is augmented reality and virtual reality. Augmented and virtual reality have stepped out of this gaming world and into marketing, and they are here to stay. Picture this, you are buying furniture online and instead of guessing how it looks, you use IKEA's AR app to place the couch in your living room. Or imagine trying to make up virtually like Sephora's lets you do to find the perfect shade before you buy. But it's not just the retail. Real estate agencies are offering virtual tours of homes, and even car dealerships are letting customers experience test drives through VR. These aren't just flashy gimmicks, they are the game changers in customer experience. So if you are into any industry that involves visual products or spaces, AR and VR can set you apart. So start exploring platforms that align with your business and wow your audience. Speaking of engagement, let's talk about the king of content formats and videos. And yes, it's still dominating in 2025. So let's talk about the trend 4, which is the continued dominance of video content. We all know that video is everywhere. TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, but it's not just about short form anymore. Long form content is making a comeback, especially for tutorials and storytelling. Take live streaming as an example. A small business owner can use it to showcase products, answer customer questions in real time, or even give behind the scenes tours. And it's not just for big brands. Tools like Canva and InShot are creating professional looking videos easier than ever. The key is here, balance. Use short videos to grab attention and longer ones to build trust. And don't stress about fancy edits. What matters most is delivering value. So now we have covered how to create content. Let's talk about how to make it feel personal at scale. We are talking about the trend number 5, which is personalization at scale. Have you ever opened Netflix and it feels like it really knows you? That's personalization at work. By 2025, consumers expect this level of relevance from every brand they interact with. Let's say you have an online clothing store. With tools like HubSpot or Marketo, you can create dynamic emails that recommend outfits based on past purchases, browsing history, or even local weather. It's about making every customer feel seen and understood. Remember, personalization isn't just a buzzword, it's the key to build loyalty in a crowded market. And finally, let's explore how social media and e-commerce are merging to create seamless shopping experience. We're talking about trend number 6, which is social commerce and shoppable content. Scrolling through your Instagram, seeing a dress you love, and buying it without ever leaving the app. That's social commerce. And it's taking over. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and even TikTok are integrating shopping features that make the buyer's journey frictionless. Here's an example. Beauty brands are using Instagram shoppable tags to showcase products. Customers can see a lipstick in a post, click on it, and purchase all within seconds. And for smaller businesses, partnering with influencers can amplify your reach while building trust. And the secret is here. Create visually appealing interactive posts that don't just sell but also engage your audience. So there you have it. All the 6 digital marketing trends shaping 2025: AI, voice search, AR video, personalization, and social commerce. These aren't just trends, they are the tools to transform your marketing strategy. So that's a wrap on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.